Alright.
All right, I think we're live.
Yeah.
Yeah, bullets, I know. Okay, so what had just happened was, right when I was sitting down with my tea, there was a big fire truck that showed up, like, in my cul-de-sac. And the sirens were going, and they went to my neighbor's house. So I had to make sure everything was okay first. And they just left, so.
Yeah.
All right. Billy, I have so many questions. Actually, I wanted to share something though, because it was funny. I stopped by Gone with John stream for like I could only listen to that crazy bitch for maybe a total of 5 minutes. I mean, it was nice how John was breaking up the breakdown and like talking in between, but it's just I feel like I have a threshold of like 3. You get 3 chances to fucking lose my attention. And she reached it pretty quick. So, but after that, I started listening to Jordan Peterson and Michael Malice, their conversation, and it was funny because I'm gonna play a bit from that because the exact thing that they were talking about was exactly what this crazy bitch totally admitted to and confessed to. So funny. Hey, JR, how are you? Okay. I gotta play this though, because this is really good. This little bit. Do you ever listen to Michael Malice?
No.
No?
And I don't know what this clip is you're referring to with Gone with
Yeah.
John either. So
Oh, I'll share it. So this discussion, really good. We're talking about communism in all its glory, right?
We can't accept the evidence that these ideological presuppositions go so starkly wrong because of something like the prideful intellect. People just show up time and time again. They get entranced by these ideological theories and they make that move that you suggested, which is, well, if I would have been in charge of the revolution with my in-depth and accurate knowledge of the niceties of utopian dogma, I would have shepherded in the promised utopia. And why not try again?
Well, I think if you really want to go to the roots, it goes to Plato versus Aristotle, right? How do you approach knowledge? Do you look at what's around you and deduce things and draw conclusions, so on and so forth? Or do you start with your mind and this perfect world of ideas and then try to force reality to comport to your ideology? And you saw.
Very basic and simple, right?
well,
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Watch this. This is so funny. And John had a good one.
Light her ass up on the money, I bet.
Everything that they want. They're like, oh my
Look at him looking at the camera.
God.
Huh?
I'm scared to make money because the fear of success.
You don't have to fear success. You're going to get spit out the bottom of the porn industry in LA just like every other LA girl.
Wait, what's this say?
You're going to be popular for 15 minutes and then sucking toes on it.
Means so many things.
Your fear of success is more than your fear of getting kicked out because you can't pay rent. So when I'm setting aside money to save for a new purchase, like,
shit. Hold on.
No, absolutely not. Because I did not get a number on. I didn't get a number on your income. So what?
You didn't.
Yeah, she thinks this shit's hilarious, wasting a man's time. And he's like, we're 15 minutes in, bitch, and I still don't. So how much are you making a month?
What do you bring in on a monthly basis on average?
Oh my God. What's really sad is that.
What do you bring
so
home
stressed.
on a monthly basis on average?
I don't know because I avoid looking at these bank accounts.
Well,
you
that's
know, when
not
you
a
get so
choice.
stressed, you're like, I'm just not going to open Bank of America today.
I'm sorry, that's not a choice. That's an
Listen,
immature, childish thing to do.
Right?
It is.
You
It's
say
not
you know when you do
participating in
this.
life.
So I know when children do that.
Yeah.
Uh-oh,
Hold on.
boys.
Wait
Here
a,
come
this
the tears.
wasn't it.
I literally feel overrun once in a while by in spirituality.
Oh, spirituality. Here we go.
We call them the inner children, the inner
Namaste.
aspects. and I literally have been giving them.
Boy, he is not listening to this shit at all. He is not phased a bit by her beauty. He's about to light her ass up on the money, I bet.
Wait, maybe back here more.
What are you
I gotta
talking
see
about?
when I
Moving
came
on to
in.
things. Yes, I agree. Do this until you pay off if you pay off your debt. If it's making enough money to survive, yeah, sure. If it in order to pay off your debt, it's something you don't want to do, that's great. But if we can't make ends meet, then I'm sorry, we might be working to make arches instead of this.
Okay,
like,
I did hear this part.
McDonald's, golden arches.
Right. Let's watch her.
What?
No, that's fine. Not for me.
Oh,
Well, I know, but something surviving
boy.
is for everyone, though.
Right.
You might have to do
I
something you
know.
don't want to do.
And that's
Right.
what's been pissing me off. Like I wear my expensive
Right here.
clothes and I buy my dog the expensive food and I do all this that will like make me feel better when really actually gaining some sovereignty and some independence
Sure.
Wow.
will make me feel better in the heart, right? And so
Yeah.
now I'm also turning, I guess I'm playing
Here we go.
as you say, kind of two sides of the coin. I'm doing the work that doesn't feel that good in order to survive, barely,
Yeah.
because there's so much resistance there.
Wow.
But now I'm actually just in the middle of my first pitch deck to a client in order to consult them in social media authenticity.
This sounds like
Damn,
bullshit.
You're building a business. Dude, I'm all about building a business.
Yeah.
Yeah, all this just sounds like bullshit. She's just word salad. Let's watch though. She's gonna get really good here.
When I built this business, which is in a similar space, it's just online, social media, video, blah, 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 all that stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't do it until I had a 12-month emergency fund, and I didn't quit what I needed to survive until this made enough to survive. You're kind of just going all in on it. Now,
Yeah.
Land of America, put in all the risk.
Right. And she is pretty, so her social media could potentially be successful. I find it hard to believe she doesn't have an OnlyFans, but we'll just keep moving.
Doesn't mean there's not consequences, and sometimes consequences might be your missing payments, your negative money in checking account. So that's where I'm just going to the reality type thing.
Gosh, it's
It's like, yeah, me too. How do you think I felt when I was looking through this? So
very empathetic.
I want you to do what you want to do. I want you to find purpose in life. I think that's what we all want to get to through work.
Yeah.
There's also, again, the reality of math. So, I mean, let's have the conversation about work at some point after we get through the numbers.
Okay.
And again, I want you to do it. I want you to do what you want to do.
Don't simp for her. Don't simp for her, Caleb. I can tell.
But let's just see.
Okay.
Wait, no, absolutely not. Because I did not get a number on. I didn't get a number on your income. So what?
You didn't.
Yeah, she thinks this shit's hilarious, wasting a man's time. And he's like, we're 15 minutes in, bitch, and I still don't. So how much are you making a month?
What do you bring in on a monthly basis on average?
Oh my God. What's really sad is that
What do you bring
so
home on a
stressed.
monthly basis on
I
average?
don't know because I avoid looking at these bank accounts.
Well,
You know,
that's
when
not
you
a
get so
choice.
stressed, you're like, I'm just not going to open Bank of America today.
I'm sorry, that's not a choice. That's an immature, childish thing to do.
It is.
You
It's
say
not
you know when
participating
you
in
do
life.
this. So I know when children do that.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, boys. Here come the tears.
I literally feel overrun once in a while by in spirituality.
Oh, spirituality. Here we go.
We call them the inner children, the inner
Namaste.
aspects. And I literally have been giving them.
Boy, he is not listening to this shit at all. He is not phased a bit by her beauty. He's about to light her ass up on the money, I bet.
Everything that they want. They're like, oh my
Look at him looking at the camera.
God,
Huh?
I'm scared to make money because the fear of success.
You don't have to fear success. You're going to get spit out the bottom of the porn industry in LA just like every other LA girl. You're going to be popular for 15 minutes and then sucking toes on it.
Means so many things.
Your fear of success is more than your fear of getting kicked out because you can't pay rent. So when I'm setting aside money to save for a new purchase, like a car or a home,
All right. I think this is an ad. Let's do
I didn't get a number on your income. So
Once in a while.
0.6% yield. Bad and good. I'm sorry that you're living there and that sucks. And that's obviously
Yeah,
the
dealing with the
landlord's
health
responsibility.
issues.
Yeah.
Have to deal with law stuff. So the thing is that I've manifested a life at this point where I am taken care of so much by other
You've
people.
manifested a life?
I am taken care of so much by other people.
She's being honest, though.
Wow. This is rough.
Subconsciously.
Okay.
Subconsciously, my inner aspects and inner children and teenagers, whatever, have felt safest when others are supporting us rather than when we are supporting ourselves, because then it means we're not alone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you see a therapist?
I see many therapists, coaches.
Oh shit. Many therapists.
I'm also
See?
a coach to a certain extent.
See, look at this shit.
This lady's a coach. This is what kills me about social media. This is why I'm going to do a show eventually called Why Skits and Social Media Ruled or Ruined the World.
I think I passed it. I can't find the spot where she's like, okay, I have negative money in my bank account. Okay, let me find it. Might have been up closer. Are you driven crazy yet, Billy? She's
No,
being
I'm-
honest, though. She's talking about how fucking codependent and dependent she is on other
Yeah,
people
yeah,
to take
no,
care of her.
she's the kind of person that I like to do case studies on, because
Right.
the way she expresses herself and the sentence structures is very like, while she was talking, it was hard for me to follow. I wanted to pause it after every sentence and process it,
Yeah.
because I was trying to do some typology while she was speaking. I was thinking she didn't want to give her bank details, the figures, and the other guy is very interested in the figures. I'm like, right, so she's got a fear of sensory. He values sensory a lot more. Okay, so where does this place each of them, both of them? And then she's talking quite abstract. I'm like, okay, she's a bit more intuitive than sensory. Okay, now is this first or fourth function, or are we talking second and third function? Okay, let's have a look at where's her thinking versus logic.
You're trying to dissect her.
I'm trying to dissect her on the fly whilst listening
Are you?
to.
But are you listening to the words that are coming out of her mouth?
Yeah, it's a lot of. She's a nut job. Like, she's Fruity Loops. She's full of, well, it's one of these kind of, like she said it herself, like she's sort of trying to be spiritual and zen, and she's got this inner community of multiple personalities going on.
Right.
We talk about
And
the
she
inner
was
child.
talking
Yeah, she's talking about
them.
multiple inner childs.
Well, but that's funny because it reminds me of the they them people.
Yeah,
It's
well,
like
she
they're
said we.
obviously signaling something is wrong in their head.
Yes, yes, yeah. She said like, she likes it when other people are looking after her because we feel more comfortable, and
Yes.
so it's kind of like they, them, us. She has a symbiotic relationship with some
With
sort of
her
entity.
multiple personalities or something.
Yeah, so like we are Venom.
Right. Hold on, I'm gonna
I know
find it.
about building a business.
Yeah.
All this just watch her.
What?
But this
that's
typology
funny.
stuff, as a tangent sort of subject, this is another reason why I kind of find it interesting, is because you can see when you've got a bit of an understanding of why there is interest in typology, then you see why these two people are having a problem with communication,
Right.
because her value structure is different to his, and they're incompatible.
That's back here more, I think.
That's why she was kind of laughing at him getting stressed out over the sensory, because to her, sensory isn't important. And by sensory, I'm talking about like facts, details, statistics, how much money you've got in your account, things like
Right,
that.
but that's okay. Inner reality. Okay, hold on. It's back here.
But I need to work out whether or not she genuinely doesn't actually have any interest in sensory, like a fear of it, like an inferior function, or if she's just simply trying to mask it because she doesn't want to reveal that she's got negative in the bank.
Oh, she actually said it. Hold on.
Yeah, so that's what I
With the
mean. Like,
country.
she does actually have some
Holy
awareness
shit,
of
dude.
sensory.
We're doomed.
You
That
still
doesn't make a difference.
okay? Well, what I was gonna say, so, you do have to.
With
Here comes the bullshit. Get ready.
what you just said, reality. And I'm trying to get my inner reality
Ooh, the inner reality, guys. I'm telling you, this lady lays it on real.
Had
In order to survive. But what I was going to say, I mean,
Yeah, she just talked directly over him. You know,
I was going to say you can vote like everyone else. You know, put the people in that you want. That's totally fine. Agree, disagree. It doesn't matter. I don't get into politics. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about. But regardless, in order to survive, you do have to exist in the reality of reality. So you can
country
it's on God mode. It has to be.
Right here.
because I want to be able to change this country from the inside out.
You want to change this? You can't balance your checkbook, and you want to help the rest of us do great and wonderful things with the country. Holy shit, dude, we're doomed.
But
I mean, you can vote like everyone else, but
no,
but you
that
still-
doesn't make a difference.
okay. Well, what I was going to say, I mean,
Yeah, she just talked directly over him. You know,
I was going to say you can vote like everyone else. You know, put the people in that you want. That's totally fine. Agree, disagree. It doesn't matter. I don't get into politics. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about. But regardless, in order to survive, you do have to exist in the reality of reality.
Yes. So what's been really interesting has been coming to terms with
here comes the bullshit. Get ready.
what you just said, reality. And I'm trying to get my inner reality
Ooh, the inner reality, guys. I'm telling you, this lady lays it on really thick. You got to see this. It's impressive. She is a Jedi Knight of this shit.
to finally reflect on the outside. So there was a whole history
Look at Caleb's face. He's like, motherfucker, let's talk about these numbers.
of some seriously traumatic shit that
Oh,
So she's trying to get her inner reality to reflect on the outside.
Yeah, and
So-
to refer to the reality, like that thing you call reality. It's like,
Right.
what do you mean that thing I call? No, it's like I didn't coin the term. It's fucking reality. You know,
Right,
that
right,
thing you
right.
call- oh, you know that thing you call reality? Oh yeah. I try and live in reality.
Well,
Yeah.
her idealism. But
She's detached from reality. She's in her own. So in some way, she's actually being a bit truthful when she's talking about her reality, but what she's talking about is delusion, her deluded sense of perception.
yeah.
And,
But no, that's exactly what Michael Malice was saying. Like two people that like kind of two types of people. And people that can look around and deduce the actual problems, or the ones that have this idea and want to change everything around them to match their inner reality.
yeah,
And she wants to change the world.
is it a rap? I think it's a rap song where it's like, if I was president. I'm not sure. I just remember the line. I can't remember who sang it.
I see some fuckery in the chat that I don't really appreciate. But I'm going to play this other clip because this other part was funny. What Jordan Peterson said when he was a socialist. Well, when he tried to be a socialist.
Well, and you know, I got introduced to her books. It was quite interesting. So I worked for the socialists when I was like 14 till I was 16 before I figured out that I didn't know enough to presume that the way I wanted to arrange the world in a utopian fashion was credible. And I figured that out by the time I was about 17. I thought, oh, well, what do you know? You don't have a job. I had little jobs. You know, you don't have a business. You don't have a family. You don't have any education. It's like, what the hell do you know? Really? Right. So, okay. Anyways, the person who gave me Ayn Rand's books was this woman, Sandy Notley. She was the mother of one of Alberta's recent premiers, a socialist premier, and she was the wife of the only elected socialist official in Alberta when I grew up. And I asked her what she gave me Solzhenitsyn and Huxley and Orwell. Like, she was an educated woman, and she gave me Ayn Rand's books, which I read when I was like 13. And you know, I found them compelling.
Yeah.
You know, they've got that, they're romantic adventures fundamentally, with an intellectual bent. And I like the anti-collective ethos that was embedded in them. And then I've read them, like I said, a couple of times since then. So here's the problem I have, and you can help me sort this out. Like
So they're talking about Ayn Rand, and I have never read her books. I just realized none of them. But yeah, socialists. So she manifested, well, obviously, she allowed it to happen, people to take care of her, right? And she was
Yeah.
being honest about how dependent on other people she was.
And it affords them to have lofty ideas and aspirations.
Right. But she wants to change the world at a political level or whatnot.
Well, would it be a surprise for people like that to start thinking in that sort of way?
See,
Because
that's what I'm wondering.
if they're getting everything taken care of for them,
Right. They have all this free space to imagine whatever they want.
but they don't get the message of like you're incompetent and you're incapable and you're a burden that we have to look after. Instead, they feel
Right.
empowered by it because it's like I just have to bat my eyelashes and I can move continents. You know.
I blame the people that are taking care of her. They created those people.
It's I think a bit of a combination of sort of a sequence of events. It'd be one thing if you had people, taking care of you, but if you also had some kind of another perspective or a voice or some sort of authority figure saying like, look, okay, fine, we're wiping your backside for you, but don't let this go to your head,
Right.
You're not the
But
boss.
But she's an adult.
Well, this is it.
Adults shouldn't be doing that for other adults.
No.
Is my point. It infantilizes people. It keeps them immature.
Yeah. But what I'm describing is that I think when I say like it's like the stars have to align for, and it doesn't have to be, maybe that's being a bit too like low probability. It doesn't take that much, I don't think anyway, for them to start having these grandeur type fantasies where they are changing the world for the better. They are the ones. They are the next Jesus or something. But because it never comes to fruition, it's always this sort of like this kind of, if only the world knew about my greatness type of attitude.
Right.
Then they would see me shine in my true glory. But damn it, the world just won't let that happen for whatever reason. So they believe that they think of themselves as the Messiah, but have they kind of, I don't know if it's part of this sort of like narrative story weaving writing that they kind of give to themselves, where you can't be a hero unless there's some sort of villain. So they have to write that into their plot. So it's like, I would be great if there wasn't these XYZ obstacles preventing me from that. Because at the same token, like they don't really want to actually have to be in a position of power and control like that,
right?
Because it comes with a responsibility, and it comes with actual hard work. So they want the limelight, they want the accolades, the praise, they want the recognition, they want the status, but they don't actually want it for what it truly means, in the sense of like duty and obligation and and being the responsible and accountable part.
Yeah. Sorry, Billy, I'm a little distracted. People keep talking about non-topic stuff in the chat, like the fuckery that goes on. Instead of actually contributing to the conversation. If I see Frost's name typed one more time, I'm banning whoever types it. I don't want the fuckery on my channel. I'm sure you guys can arrange all that other shit somewhere else. Anyway, back to Rusty's comment. Great topic. My answer to your title question is no. Question is, do all group identitarians have a totalitarian nature?
I agree with Rusty. No, not all.
You think so?
Well, there are plenty of groups. I think you slightly loaded the question there, because if you're talking about political, ideological group identitarians,
Mm-hmm.
then maybe you could say yes. But if you're
Okay.
just talking about group identity as a generalization, I mean,
Right.
like, if I use myself as an example, like, look, so I belong to the male group, I belong to the British group or the UK group. I mean, that's
Mhm.
subdivided into England. I belong to the diabetic club, if you want. I belong to the father's club. I belong to a single parent club. So there's plenty
Yeah.
of kind of groups and clubs, you know, that you could that people can and that goes with everyone. Like you all have your own little sort of communities and network groups, you know. So not necessarily all of those have to be a totalitarian type of structure.
Right. But I'm talking about individuals. The ones that I see that like, especially feminists, you know, they're like,
Well, there we go. So yeah, you're sort of hinting at.
I'm looking at a specific group identitarians, ones that they can't let go of that group identity. They can't,
Yes.
like the feminists specifically, the LGBTQ folks that are like, you know, I'm this. When they refer to themselves, they refer to their group.
Yeah, well,
those people.
They put quite an emphasis on the group.
Yes.
As well. Like
yes.
This is our group identity, as opposed to like we're individuals that just so happen to meet up every Tuesday and play chess together.
Right.
We don't identify necessarily as the chess club or something.
Right.
Even though we know that we are or whatever.
Right.
So, all right, you want to go into this as a topic then? So
yeah, I mean that was what I was thinking about when I made this stream.
All right. So group identity, totalitarian.
Mm-hmm.
So now totalitarian, we're talking about like centralized government. Everyone, there is no individualism. Everyone is it's prohibited to have like your own ideas and opposition. You know, you're all meant to be held in servitude for this centralized body of power, right? This is sort of my understanding of totalitarian. So in that sense, a family unit could be described as totalitarian in some aspects, certain types of family groups. But in a societal level, like you look at these social justice warriors, what are they describing a lot of the times is a form of utopia.
Right.
So utopia is a totalitarian or structured society. It sounds all wonderful.
Right. Yeah, because looking under the definition for totalitarian, designated of or characteristic of a government or state in which one political party or group maintains complete control under a dictatorship and bans all others. Completely authoritarian, autocratic, dictatorial, etc., and a person who favors such government or state.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So like a very strict type king, or where there is only like one. Yeah. So anyway, we kind of covered the definition.
Yeah.
So I would also argue that.
But they want that.
They want that, yeah.
Yeah.
And they're happy for it. But it comes, like we're saying, like the cost of their freedom of choice and individualism, because you're all basically working for this system, and it's a happy exchange or symbiosis relationship. And it reminds me a lot of a narcissistic relationship, because what does a narcissist say? Well, what does a narcissist believe? It's that they're in a reality, like this that chick you had on the video on John's stream, is a perfect idolized, like utopia, idolized perfection vision of what is to come, to be, and the deal that the narcissist makes is kind of like, come live in this shared fantasy with me, and I will let you into this perfect, either like this utopia of mine where everything is wonderful and bliss. So people make the deal, they buy into the false promise, and they merge with the narcissist. So this is very utopian and totalitarian in my estimation here, where this is what's happening with people, is that they're being sold this idea. They're being told, hey, if you just give up your rights, you can gain access to our social elitist club, our utopian future, which will save the planet and save all the children, and if everything be idolized and perfect. So your admission comes at the cost of your sovereignty. You won't be allowed to do as you please anymore. We can't have any opposition. You have to agree to our terms. You have to live under our rule. But as long as you do so, you can come in, and you're welcome. And we promise, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, like a false promise. We promise to give you utopia. But it's a dangling carrot, because another aspect. So if we use the narcissistic model, we can already tell that this is a load of baloney, because it's full of lies. There is promise. It's a carrot just to get you onto the hook. So it's to keep you forever reaching. Because if you think about utopia in a sense, it's the promise of being, is the right term, like utopians. You could be a utopian of the future. You're not there yet, but we will give it to you in the future.
Right.
Now, if you think prehistoric times, they would look at us today as if we are already living in utopia, but we don't recognize it. We wouldn't call ourselves utopians and this is the perfect world. But people in the past would look at us and think, hey, you guys got it pretty good. I mean, all this fancy technology and stuff, that's pretty hot.
And indoor plumbing, Jesus.
Right, yeah. So they'd think that it's like, you ungrateful son of a bitches. Like,
right. Wow, you don't have to do everything by hand, which takes hours of your day. You have all this time to sit and complain about.
Right. So the people of tomorrow, what would make them recognize themselves as utopians? They wouldn't.
Right.
So it means that utopia is a dream that's forever in front of you. You can never really reach it, because every time you reach it, you don't really recognize it.
Right.
But it keeps you in that position of servitude under a totalitarian state. So the only way I can keep you in that is to offer you a false promise, some sort of exchange. Otherwise, it's like, well, why am I making this transaction for? What do I get out of it?
Yeah. Dude, it's funny that chick said she was a coach.
Yeah.
That reminds me, hold on, about this other one. You know what I was thinking about this? I was trying to figure out what bothered me so much about her. Where is she? Right here.
I knew you would bring this one up.
Yeah.
You were waiting for me, weren't you, for this?
Yeah, well, yeah. For one, this is one of your crazy bitches from your realm. But this part, the advice I give comes from my own experience and journey. I don't declare myself as a professional or expert, just someone who wants others to avoid the same mistakes I made. Ultimately, if somebody takes my advice or not, it's up to them and and all decisions they make are their own, and they are responsible for it. I do not take responsibility for the choices of others. So I think what bothers me so much about this is, why, if you're not taking the responsibility, why are you trying to take credit?
Yeah, it's a bullshit thing of saying, like, I mean, I kind of said things like similar as well, where it's like, look, it's up to you guys what you want to do.
I mean, here's
but
her page of testimonials. She got every comment that was for her and put it up here from her YouTube. And then she's like, and this is other things people are saying about me. How do you not take responsibility, but then try to, I mean, this is far reaching for credit, but take that credit.
Well, she wants it both ways. She doesn't want the backlash of people, you know, not succeeded and maybe going worse. Maybe, you know, some bad things happen. She doesn't want to take any flack for it, but that is irresponsible what she's doing. It's one thing not to take the responsibility, but it's another thing being irresponsible. So it's a kind of a half truth. It's like, yeah, you are. It is true that you're not really responsible for other people, what they do. You don't know what people are going to do with your information. Some people have taken my information and used it for malice. I don't really like that, you know. So, I mean, I could sort of try to wash my hands and be like, well, it's not my fault, but it is to a degree, because I'm the person that said something that they took. So there is an element of at least acknowledgement that, you know, what you're putting out there does impact people. Otherwise, it's like, if you're saying that your words hold no weight, then what's the point of you saying anything? You might as well just say what you feel. Like, you might as well just talk gobbledygook.
Right. By the way, we should say hi to people. Hey, Rusty, good to see you. Angler, good to see you.
Hey, everybody.
Easy, good to see you. Smith, Woody. Bullets, Kush. Oh, hello, Dak. Right? She's in her 20s. How could she give any advice at all? See, and Woody says the answer to the title question is yes. Everyone thinks to make it on top, but very few do. Wait. What?
Are we going back to the sort of subject matter of this?
Oh, the group identitarians. Yeah, I don't understand. Oh, and I did check her about section. She's a fucking lesbian. How is she gonna, for one, offer any dating advice to men who actually don't want to date lesbians?
Yeah, grifter is what you got here. You know,
yeah, she's a total grifter. Dude, her about section says something like, "Oh, I found myself the perfect woman, and I want people to share in the awesomeness or whatever. So I have advice for you."
Yeah. So this, I mean, in terms of a spectrum of narcissism, like if I were to sort of be like quickly, like, where would I pin her? Not that I should be doing such a thing, but I'd be like, bam, you're somewhere in the sort of mid-range area, the unaware, who thinks they're doing the world good, who doesn't want to be.
She wants to do the world good, right?
You know, but doesn't want to hold herself. But so, like, a lot of people might think this as well about them. You know, it's like, I want to be doing good, but it's like, well, where do you hold your accountability? Now, it doesn't seem like she wants to hold any accountability, because she's saying, I'm not responsible for what you guys are going to be doing. So
right.
Like, well, right. So you're someone who doesn't like accountability. You want the accolades. You want the recognition. Okay. You know.
Right. But she wants the accolades. She likes those.
Other people who might seem a bit more nervous in a way, or have a bit more hesitation about it, because then they recognize it's like, what I say could be dangerous. You know, I better be careful with my words, or my audience, or how things are taken, because who knows, you know, what could happen. So you better make sure you get your things right. You're checking, you're verifying, you're you're taking your time with it, and you're not just running a grifting sort of a racketeering type thing where she's just like, hey, I'm about the social media, about getting, what do I need to do? Oh, I need to have some testimonials. Okay, bish bash bob, right? I got everything in order, she thinks, and away she goes. And she's like, look at me, everybody, I'm a butterfly. And it's like, nah, you're a charlatan. You're a 20-year-old lesbian charlatan.
Well, she says she felt inadequate in most every areas of her life, had very little self-worth. Due to this, I was a very easy target for bullies, was easily taken advantage of, and I couldn't stand up for myself.
Blah, blah, blah. I don't care.
Well, I kind of care a little bit about that. I'm curious what she
it's a nothing burger what she's saying. It's like, who hasn't been bullied? Who hasn't had low self-esteem? These are just these are just
well, in this part, I felt unable to express my true nature, and this became much harder when I became a teenager and discovered I was a lesbian. I'm curious about her lesbian discovery.
I could tell you this right now.
Yeah.
Most people have trouble. How did she word it? About her, where are you reading that? About expressing their true nature.
Yeah, her true nature.
A lot of people aren't doing that right now.
Right. Right.
Yeah. And she's continuing to not do it.
Yeah, so one of the reasons why I coach, make YouTube videos, and write articles on dating is because I used to be incredibly bad at it. Never seemed to attract the woman I wanted, and the woman who didn't want me, I didn't want. Have you ever been there? It made me incredibly hungry to learn how to make dating work and how to make relationships go the distance. Thankfully, after a lot of research over the years, I was able to get the woman of my dreams, and I now have enough insight and skill to be able to coach others on the subject.
These are dangerous. This is dangerous stuff. Dangerous. Like, it sounds very like we can ridicule it and things like that, but it is actually quite dangerous, because impressionable minds reading or hearing this sort of stuff, you know, they might be like, oh my god, this is such a flower. I feel so drawn to her. She must have a loving, caring heart. And it's like, no, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. No, this is someone who is unhealthy and is speaking toxic words. Use discernment. Use your translation dictionary thing and read between the lines. What is she saying? She's saying that she's basically a predator. She's looking for someone that she wasn't able to attract someone. What does that mean? It means she wasn't able to get someone into her trap. She wasn't able to lure someone to her.
Well, now she has the woman of her dreams, apparently.
Now she's ensnared someone of her dream. She's found the perfect prey. See how translation this works?
Yeah.
This isn't someone trying to find a partner with respect and like mutual respect and cooperation. This is about energy vampires. This is about ensnaring people. But you see how it's all packaged, and it just sounds like so dainty and innocent.
My goal and mission are to make the world a much happier place, and the only way this can be done is if we all become happier people. Wouldn't the world be great if we could all achieve our dreams and have the relationships we deeply desire? My purpose is to help that world become a reality. That might seem naive, but if I only achieve it once with just one person, then the world is at least a little better than what it was.
No. No.
Yeah, it doesn't sound enticing.
No, it sounds very. It's very insidious. And she wouldn't be aware of this. That's another sort of aspect.
Right.
And if you were to hear me talk about this, you'd be denying everything I'm saying and be like, no, it's not true. No, because she hasn't got one, she doesn't have self-awareness. So as a result, she won't have the perspective to know how this is actually coming across. In her mind, it makes sense. In her mind, it's all true. But it's a magical way of thinking. Right. Oh, wouldn't it be wonderful if everyone could be nice and friends and find ideal partners? Yeah. If you're like a little kid and this is how children think, maybe so. But we're not. I mean, I know she's young.
See, I totally agree with CJ. Smart people should do whatever they want. Dumb people should do what smart people tell them to do. She's not smart though. She has no business telling people what to do. Well, she shouldn't be offering coaching, i.e., telling people what to do, if you're not going to take full responsibility for the outcome of your coaching. You can't just say, "Ooh, I'm going to love it if you say nice things about me, but I don't take any other
No,
responsibility."
so no, this is going to be a bit of a hop, skip, and a jump. But if her dating life is a predatorial sort of style of who can I catch and bring into my sort of my lair, then the same would apply to her clientele. So she's not really offering out help to because she wants to help people. She's looking at her clientele as a group of supply. Who out of my supply network can I extract from? Who from my dating network can I extract from? She's looking for people that she can that will feed into her self-esteem, that will give her a sense of self and purpose. Because you're not much of a dating coach if you've got no clients. Who are you coaching? No one. Well, then you're not really a coach then, are you? So she's looking for vulnerable people. I mean, you could say that's sort of like why she's in that sort of territory in the first place, trying to help people who are vulnerable and maybe weak. But it's not because she wants to make them particularly any stronger. It's because she wants to keep them in that position of weakness so that they need her.
Right.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised she wants clients to be like, recurring like for years on end to keep coming back to her, because then it'll be like a regular revenue stream.
So Rusty made a comment. One of the groups I belong to is my local Rotary Club. We have rules. These rules help identify us. Anyone who wants to be a part of our identity has to follow the rules. I don't think that's the kind of group identitarians I'm talking about. That's a club. Like, if you're out somewhere and somebody's having a conversation, when you want to argue with them, you don't say, "As a Rotary Club member, I feel..." That's what I'm talking about. No matter what the topic is.
So going back to the group identity thing then.
Yeah. I mean, this is just one of those people, though. Because she's a lesbian. She's a lesbian.
The problematic side of the group is, and again, we could use models of like, what are the healthy dynamics versus the unhealthy. If you have a healthy group with individuals in there that can see people as individuals, as mutual respect, then you are able to have cooperation with one another. It's not that you particularly need one another. It's that it's more a case of I want to work with so-and-so, or I want to hang out with so-and-so. It's not that I need to. So understand the differences between your wants and need. So that goes with like relationships. If you need your partner in a relationship, you've got a bit of a problem because you're dependent or codependent. But if it's a case like that, no, actually, I just want to be with them, then...
Well, people need people, Billy.
Yeah, there's a bit of both, but you have to be careful where you proportion that out, where your need has become clinginess, for example. So it's one thing like, hey, I need a shoulder to cry on, or I need a spouse or something like that. But if it's a kind of like, I can't live without them, then what happens if suddenly you become a widow? You're going to have a bit of a problem then, aren't you?
I don't know though. My last client today that I had is she's 70 now. Her and her husband were married for 57 years. And he passed away a few years ago, and it's been really, really hard for her, for sure. But she had, it's a trade-off. It's like they have great grandchildren. She had an entire life that was awesome. I mean, there were ups and downs, but they had each other and things were good. And I don't know, she definitely wouldn't trade that for anything. Like, they needed each other. There were things she did, there were things he did. And now that he's gone, there's stuff that he did that now the sons have to help with. But they successfully raised many children and were around for many grandchildren and got to see great grandchildren together. And yeah, it's hard for her now that she's by herself. But I don't know.
Interdependency that you could bring into there.
Yeah.
It's just something people need to be. I suppose, like, you could externalize some needs that might be hard to replace. But you need to sort of recognize what it is the other person is providing you.
Yeah.
That, like, is it something that you can't give to yourself, or is it something that only they can give? And how would you be if that was suddenly no longer given to you? But I'm trying to be sort of in a broad brush kind of way of talking about this, because it is quite a deep topic in a sense, because we're talking about needs and wants, and just a second ago we're talking about identity, and then we're talking
Right.
about as well.
Right.
So many kind of facets that could be looked into,
I
because
know.
identity will be like tied to things like your sense of self and your esteem, individuation, so we can go off in all sorts of directions.
Yeah.
So where I find red flags are when I hear people really hammering on about this idea of, like, they make a big deal about family. Nothing's more important than family. And it reminds me of the Fast and the Furious movies.
I haven't seen those.
They keep talking about family and that, and it's a nice sort of sentiment. I get it, like, yeah, family is important kind of thing. But to put it on a kind of pedestal in such a way is a bit concerning. And I noticed that the people who talk very strongly about this idea of, like, family, like brotherhood and blood and all this, generally come from poorer communities. And it's so much so. No, I understand family is important, don't get me wrong. But it's this very over the top I'm talking about, because I think with healthier families, yes, they recognize the importance of it, but they don't really harp on about it. They don't put the family above the individual. Like, you're free to go and live your own life and have your own family. It's not that you are forced. You must belong and do not betray ever this family, the Godfather family kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I think that is that kind of Godfather level type of style is heavily in the poorer communities, because survivalistically speaking, it's important to have that group, because if that group is divided or sparse, then survival is at jeopardy. So that's another sort of, in terms of survivalistic terms, you'll notice that when times are strenuous and tough like that, people will make an extra effort to make sure there are bonds between one another so that they can rely on one another.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where, like, maybe the reason why they'll say things like, don't forget we're family, don't forget I'm your bestie. I see children, like my kid's doing this already at her age,
Yeah.
where she's talking about, we're besties, remember? So why are these kids making alliances? This sort of like ride or die kind of relationship.
Right.
So it's not like a new phenomena.
Right.
I think it's quite a natural tendency, and I think it has its functionality behind it. It kind of makes sense if we're talking survivalistically, and likewise, it makes sense if your survival is not at risk, then you can afford to be able to individuate, or not just not at risk, but if your family dynamics are healthy as such, where you can afford individuals to have their own autonomy, then you will grant them the ability to individuate and do their own thing more so.
Yeah, like that chick, that Christine chick, she's like, oh, I had a hard time, and then I figured out I was a lesbian. like that's her identity now, lesbian.
But her new family or something like that.
Yeah, when I became, let's see,
her lesbian sisters or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
or maybe that's when she became a predator.
So
I felt unable to express my true nature, and this became much harder when I became a teenager and discovered that I was a lesbian.
I don't have enough really to be making judgments, like, at least
right.
not fairly anyway. I can make some stabs in the dark, but it wouldn't really be fair.
Mm-hmm.
But if you've got like a tight, what appears to be like tight in the sense of everyone is compassionate to one another, or tight in the sense of like you are forbidden to leak out the family dark secrets. What stays here kind of thing.
Right.
And it's coming at the cost of people's individualism.
Mm-hmm.
Then you might get some members, and this would probably be another sort of natural, they want to, they're feeling suffocated, they want to be able to express themselves, and they're not allowed to, because they must adhere to the tight family, or fear of being ostracized.
Mm-hmm.
So their survival is at risk, but
Right.
they can't help this kind of like, they want to individuate at the same time, so they sort of rebel. And perhaps becoming a lesbian is one of these ways of expressing that sort of freedom.
Right. I'm curious about her lesbian story. I wonder who indoctrinated her into becoming a lesbian. Because that shit's contagious, People aren't born lesbians. Sorry, but no. The science does not suggest that's the case. I bet she was indoctrinated into a feminist cult.
Yeah, I mean, I have suspicions that it's somehow the theme of control is somewhere in there, where if you're being restrained or restricted, and you want to fight for your own voice or something, or individualism or something like this,
Yeah.
you want to reclaim control of your life, because it's being taken away from you by the group, then then removing yourself of like the label of heterosexual in favor of a new label can give a sense of, well, I said freedom, but the sense of being in control of your own destiny.
Yeah.
And that's a powerful motivator, because maybe if not lesbian, maybe she might have identified as something, you know, maybe she's gone a different route. Like it makes you more susceptible to being, if you got, especially if you've got an alternative group that seems so inviting and so loving and welcoming. I mean, you hear the sort of hippy dippy words she was using.
Mm-hmm.
So if
Yep.
if the lesbians are sort of talking about like, oh, we just want peace, we just want love, we just want everyone to have equality, they make it sound all whimsical. And she's impressionable, and she's in a vulnerable position, and she's desperate to have some control of her own. Then you can see it's not exactly a hard grooming, you know, basically just to groom her and pull her into the fold.
Yeah. I wonder what she learned. See, that's why I want to talk to her. I think I might contact her for some coaching. See what advice she can give me on people standing up for themselves. You know, some research for this book I'm about to write. And yes, Johnny, I'm going to start writing tomorrow. Tomorrow's the day.
Oh wow.
Yes, in 2000. And yes, I will still write on
New
Christmas.
Year's resolutions, everyone. You better be thinking about them.
No, it's not a New Year's resolution. It's
things are gonna break.
No, something I decided to do last week. Something I decided to make a higher priority. So.
Well, you're gonna put me to shame then.
Why?
Well, I've been trying to write for. I don't know.
You write all the time, Billy.
Yeah.
I wrote once.
You know what was I found out one of my annoying habits is that every time I proofread,
Mm-hmm.
I have to alter it. I have to be like, what can I fuck around with here? Some, you know, like what do I need to change here? It's like, damn it, can I just like read it and just like not mess with it?
Yeah.
Can I just be I don't know if it's perfectionism, but it's like, can I just be satisfied with what I read?
See, you know, it's funny. I wrote something for work, and I had a chick who loves editing stuff. She wanted to look at it, and she was reading through it, and I could tell she really wanted to change some wording around, and so I gave her permission to do so. I was like, yeah, go. English is not my strong suit. Like if there's improper grammar or whatever, go for it, you know. So she changed so many things. And it was like she added so many more words. And it was almost like she just liked to change the things into what she wanted to hear, pretty much. And then I gave it to my manager, and I was like, will you have a read? So-and-so edited it for me, you know? And he's like, oh, and he's reading through, and he's like, actually, and he changed a few of the things back to like how I had it. It was so funny. I was like, yeah, that sounds better. So I decided I will never have a woman edit anything that I write ever. Actually, Johnny Midnight's gonna edit it. So yeah. No, like I made it so simple. I thought I made it so simple, and she just tried to overcomplicate it. And it was so funny because I'm like, that's not. She's like, but I like this word better than that word. I'm like, you like it, yes, I okay.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the one, like, this is total like hypocrisy. Like I can't really. I'm no. One thing I've noticed in terms of my writing is that you have to bear in mind, like, are you writing a book chapter, or are you writing a script? Because the two are very different.
Mm.
So I tend to write in a book style. So everything is kind of tries to flow, and there's sort of quite long sentences, and then I'll sort of proofread it, or try to proofread it for to verbalize it into a stream. And I'm like, it's just too wordy. And I know I'm fully aware, everybody, you know, I know I jabber and I ramble. Some call it word salad. You know, I'll argue with that, but I get the point.
But you over elaborate. I mean, you like
yeah. Now,
you
I'm already
thoroughly explain the thing,
right.
whereas I would deduce it to like 4 words. You know,
right. Well,
but you explain why these 4 words are relevant in this scenario.
Yeah, I could take like half an hour just to talk about one sentence.
Yeah,
you know, but that's even worse in my book style of writing, is what I'm saying.
Really? Oh gosh,
it's even worse. I'm just like, it's even too much. I'm just like Billy, what the fuck are you doing, man?
Yeah.
Like, take half this out. And then I just feel like an arsehole because I'm like just deleting like half a paragraph, well, you know, or whatever, half a sentence every other sentence. I'm just like, and then it becomes really blunt and just lacks any flow. It's just like, you are this is how it is, the end, get with it, get on with it, full stop. It's like, damn it, Billy, pad it out a little bit.
Yeah,
you know, try and find a happy medium here.
yeah. Actually, I talked to a couple guys at work about this book, and one, he graduated from A&M. He's an engineer. And he's like, oh my gosh, when you're done with that, I want a copy. He's like, that sounds like something I wish I would have had when I was 18. He's like, it is so bad at the university level, like so bad. That's why I'm interested. I think I wanna contact this chick, because something that,
oh, she's 20 years old, leave her be.
but no, I'm curious. Due to this, I was an easy target for bullies, was easily taken advantage of, and couldn't stand up for myself. She's indicating here that she figured out how to do that, or has advice for that.
No, she doesn't.
She might, Billy. She might know something that I don't. I mean, because I can just tell people, like, okay, if this crazy bitch is saying XYZ, you know, tell her no. Or if this chick's doing this, you know, fire her. Definitely. Like,
if you've been, all right, this is gonna sound harsh, but like, if you've been bullied and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you've overcome these challenges, I seriously doubt you'd then be writing things which is like, oh, come on, everybody, let's just love one another and be friends. You'd be a bit more sort of like, don't take any bullshit, stand up for yourself, have some boundaries. Yes, I'm not saying be cold-hearted, ruthless, and all this. You can be compassionate, but you know, if anything, you'd expand upon that and say that, look, when you have boundaries, your compassion will actually mean something, instead of giving your love away so easily and freely as if it means nothing.
Right.
You know, so naive. It's like, if this is how you're going around, no wonder you were bullied.
But maybe, I mean, I don't know anything about her coaching. Maybe I mean, she said, and I couldn't stand up for myself. Maybe that's a part of a part of her stuff, you know? Like, I'm curious how she learned to stand up for herself.
We'll go, you know, I'm not gonna
going from, you know, being pushed around. Yeah, I'm curious. Couldn't be that expensive, right?
Oh yeah, she'll charge a lot of money. You know how much these coaches? I was like, I felt bad, like, when I was like, how much if I was to offer counseling, how much would I charge? And I'm like, Jesus, man, I'm not even like half price.
No, you're super.
You know how much it is to get typed by some people?
Oh yeah.
$150. And that's just to be typed, to be told you're a ENFP or something. You know, 10 minutes, bam, 150. I'm like, Jesus.
Whoa, 30-day personal development coaching workbook. $10. Email coaching. Oh, it's not bucks, it's pounds, right? Email coaching, £50. Emergency email coaching,
Yeah, pound what, an hour?
$109.
Wait. What are you looking at? I'm not actually looking at your screen. Oh, it just says £50. It doesn't say how long. An hour, maybe? Some of them charge like half hour.
Email. Emergency email. I want to talk to her face to face. Tailored private video. So where's the face to face conversation price?
Yeah.
How to get your ex back step-by-step guide. Why would anybody want an ex back? Why would anybody want an ex back? They're an expert.
And you want to get advice from this one?
No, I want to ask her about. I mean, she's a coach. This is her attempted profession, right? I mean,
yeah.
She's trying.
Be honest.
It's
it's
a personal.
Come on.
It's a personal service.
You don't want her advice. Come on. I'm curious. You just want to hear her spiel. You just want to find out. Like, come on, then. Let's hear it.
I'm curious about a couple things, but I'm curious how because if she couldn't stand up for herself, because that's a big part of like what my primary focus is. This book is, boundaries and telling crazy bitches no when they're fucking around. But
how she stood up for herself, ... later becomes a lesbian.
Yeah. Was she bullied into lesbianism?
Where was the standing up for yourself when it came to becoming a lesbian?
Right. Bandit said, to answer the question about the title of the video, yes, all identitarians are authoritarians because the purity spiral of the group demands it.
Right. Okay. So should we go back? Yeah, because we covered a bit about the group, but we didn't actually talk much about the totalitarian or authoritarian side of things.
Yes.
Which I think is more related to unhealthy style of groups, because if you've got a healthy group, then it wouldn't really permit leadership in such a way, because each person would be their own leader. They'd be recognized as an individual with their own autonomy, their own decision making and independence. Right. And this wouldn't be offensive to the other members. But in unhealthy structures, then all of that would be a problem. So a leadership or a totalitarian style comes along. I don't think it necessarily has to be on everyone's mind in the very beginning, but it kind of coalesce into that, because if you've got a bunch of oblivious people or ignorant people or people who are all lost, and or like metaphorically speaking, like the blind leading the blind, well, someone's going to have to sort of lead the way in a sense. And it might not be necessarily clear at first who that's going to be, but what I think kind of happens is, because they're brought together as like this idea of like a group, we'll all contribute ideas and we'll have this group identity, which is an amalgamation of everyone's ideas. Well, a filtering process will then need to take place. Which ideas are better than others? That means some ideas are going to be put forward and some get rejected. Now, the ones that get put forward and elevated in terms of value and status is accredited. Like who came up with those particular ideas? Okay, so those are the ones we are going to listen to more than the ones who were rejected. So you can see that the group is already starting to be divided into the who can oh, it's beginning to rain here. Who can lead the group or have this vision of the identity, and those who are a bit sort of I don't want to sound mean, but their ideas, they might have been a bit whatever, bit not very contextualized or something, so they get kind of shunned further down. So another sort of interesting thing is that if there is a particular person who is being elected because of their smart, bright, smart spark of an idea, then like he doesn't necessarily, I'm saying he, but it could be a she, they don't necessarily have to actually be it's not really, it doesn't have to be their identity per se, just the idea. Like it's like I believe, like, let's say we're all a group here and we're trying to form this group identity. Well, what kind of group identity are we going to have? So someone amongst us says, well, I think we should all be wearing capes like superheroes. And if let's say, I don't know, I know it sounds stupid, but, and then everyone goes, oh yes, that's a brilliant idea. Okay, right. So I myself don't necessarily have to believe that that's actually a good idea. It's just something maybe I wish I were. And it goes back to that idea of the children of tomorrow. It's like the group identity is a reflection of the desire of what they wish they want to be.
Right.
It's not really who they are in the present right now. So the elected leader, in a sense, is thrusted into a position where he becomes, in some ways, no fault of his own, the emperor with no clothes on. He's in a position of power, but he doesn't actually have the right garments or the credentials or the skill sets to really lead the group in such a way. And really, it's not meant to be. If it's supposed to be like everyone's equal, there shouldn't really be an emperor, but it's kind of this sort of this like necessity at that point. There needs to be some kind of, or at least a small number of people that can direct the blind in the darkness to some sort of destination. But really, he's like the rest of the people. He's not really any better. He's just as lost as everyone else is. He's having to do the best he can.
Yeah, Bandit said the problem of today is you're always going to have a group of people believing in the same as you do. The people that egg you on shape you into believing the BS, which tends to lead to authoritarianism. Yeah, because I've been kind of looking at how these groups are formed, and something that kind of sparked this thought initially was you telling me about the, because I'm like, why I put a lot of blame on the feminists themselves for indoctrinating these young girls into their cult, right? I see them as the predators going for the prey, and that, but then you said, oh, they were already like that before they found, like, they already had those behaviors before they found that group.
Okay, all right. But before we can go into that part of the discussion, can I just add to what Bandit is saying? Because this egging on. So,
okay. And I'll be right back, but I can still hear you.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'll just be a moment.
Yep. Take your time.
Okay. So, when you talk about feminist groups, I'm thinking more like social justice. So, Just Stop Oil, Save the Planet, Save the Bees, or whatever sort of virtue crusade campaign you want to name.
Those are all feminists, by the way, who engage in that.
Yeah. Well, and there are, like, what I'm getting to is that they all seem to have this as part of their group identity, this aspect of freedom fighter, and it's fighting for tomorrow. So the feminists are fighting for tomorrow. And because of this freedom fighter characteristic, it requires them to always be in fight. They have to have some sort of opponent. There needs to be some sort of obstacle or what they would perceive as oppression. Otherwise, they are no longer fighting. And if they are no longer fighting, then they've lost their group identity. Or so they believe, you know. So I think they channel their frustrations, their rage, their insecurities, and all these other kind of unhealthy traits into that. But this is what it accumulates and becomes, is this grandiose sense of self, of becoming a freedom fighter. If only the world knew I was great, and I have all this power, and I want to have the control. But in order to have the control, I need some sort of opponent, and so there needs to be persecution taking place. There needs to be, for me to be the angel, there needs to be the devil. So I need to fight the evil, because I like to think of myself as good. I cannot call myself the good guys if there aren't bad guys for me to point my finger at. So I don't think these social justice groups, and the feminists included, will ever reach their goal. It's not really about reaching their goal, because then it's game over. But it is about taking control of people, having these fights, dividing people into this sort of binary good versus bad, and becoming a moral superiority type of conquest. So as Bandit is saying, they get egged on, they get prodded, and they don't want to back down from any of it. And so it's kind of like the brakes are gone, and the train is a runaway locomotive. And we're seeing things escalate more and more.
Yeah.
So it's not really a battle of principles anymore, or battle of what's good for humanity. It's more in line with a kind of inner trauma, spiritual war that is taking place. This is a fight of moral righteousness. It's like, my kung fu is better than your kung fu.
My word salad is better than your word salad.
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, who can talk the biggest pile of crap and get away with it.
Yeah.
And that's in some ways why, especially when you talk about like Just Stop Oil or these environmentalists, with the stunts they're pulling off, it's kind of like, what do or like these electric vehicles trying to reduce carbon to zero, and people can see that, hang on, you're actually making things worse.
Right.
It's still like
and look at all the animals you're killing.
Yeah, but this is sort of it just shows you that it's not really about logic. Then it's the emotions that are pushing them to take such extremes. Now they'll try and justify it by trying to be logical.
Yeah. It's Ranger's birthday today, by the way. I just saw that. I remembered it. If anybody goes over there, tell him happy birthday.
Working man, Ranger.
Yeah. Working man.
Yeah. I haven't heard him called Ranger for a long time.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, sir. Yeah. So in the sense of going back to the topic, like the question, like group identities becoming
Group identitarians have an authoritarian nature. See, that's what made me think of it, because you were like, oh, these people were already like that. So I'm like, they already had an authoritarian nature before they clung to that specific group. That's what you're saying.
Yes,
The ones I'm talking about.
They're primed, or if you want to say prone, to that kind of format, then I'd say yes. So unhealthy is basically, so unhealthy groups with their group identities will tend to become totalitarian.
So the purity spiral is inevitable.
I would say so, or elements of it and taking place, things like that. I wouldn't be surprised. There might be like outliers, and it might not necessarily be in every case, but especially if we're applying sort of like narcissistic concepts or constructs into the mix, then yeah, because narcissists don't work in horizontal transactions or relationships, it's vertical, and they're obviously above everyone else. If we were purely talking about a narcissistic style of group, a harem, a network, a matrix of the narcissist, then most definitely yes. I mean, maybe the narcissist might not have been able to achieve quite a structure, but in their mind, they're working towards it.
Right.
They're sabotaging people so they can never climb the ladder, and at the same time, they're trying to put themselves at the top. And people join the group, and all these relationships is all transactional based, false promises, breaking of boundaries and things like that. And this is the quirkier side of things, because it's like if individualism is lost and everyone is the same as one another, like enmeshment, like you are I and I is you,
right?
Then even though individual members might be successful, the totalitarian leader or spokesperson just takes the accolades and claims it as their own.
Right.
And they might do it in a way where it's not so obvious. They might be like, hey, everybody, guess what? So-and-so in the group did really well. Let's all applaud, give them a big shout out or something like that. It seems like you're giving that person recognition, but are you really? Because you're the one facilitating it. You're the one who's giving it validation and bringing attention to it. So it's like the parent saying, "Oh, look at my trophy child. Isn't my kid so bright and smart and wonderful? Yeah, they're my kid. I did that. I taught them that." So who's really getting the recognition? Is it the child, or is it the parent?
Right.
And yeah, so child parent reduce this group identity to a micro scale, like the family unit, a toxic family like that. You can see it more clearly where you have a parent, like a authoritarian parent, just taking just taking the piss with their kid, basically, puppeting their child, and things like that.
And Bandit says the only way to end hate is to call it out, bring it to light, and shame, ridicule hate, so the bully pulpit can turn the hate on itself and squash it.
Oh, and that's another thing to bring up into it. Yeah, that's another characteristic that's quite noticeable, or something to note, is there's a lot of anger, hate, and with that, fear, distrust. Because if you're walking on eggshells and you fear being ejected out of the tribe, then you're basically like a codependent and stuff. Then we're trying to save everyone a lecture here, but there's a lot. I mean, I covered it in my stream on gatekeeping. There'll be suspicion, like what are people up to? You're walking on eggshells. You have to anticipate and self-police, self-regulate. Not self-regulate normally would be a healthy thing, but I mean self-regulate in terms of restrictions, as in like it's more like self-debilitate, and your self-esteem out the window, because you don't. If you're going to be part of the herd and you're enmeshing and your identity is a group identity, well, you don't need any self-esteem anymore, do you? Really? So you exchange that. Really, that's one of your admission costs. You pay in with your self-esteem. But yeah, so a plethora of bad things, if we were looking at it sort of in a technicality sort of way of analyzing it.
So how do you tell? You kind of went over like what to look at for kind of a healthy versus unhealthy group.
How do you tell? It would be things like, are you being like, is there a threat and fear of bad thing, punishment? Like if you were to leave or have your independence or assert yourself or have differing ideas, how are you being treated for that? Are you getting respect, or are you shamed? Are you made to feel guilt? Are you do you feel like your energy is being drained? Is it exhausting? You know, like if you were having a relationship with someone and it was exhausting, would you think that was a good relationship? You'd be like, something's not right here. You know, being friends with someone or being in love with someone shouldn't be hurting like this. You know, this is not good. Like, so maybe I'm in denial. Maybe I'm a bit magical thinking. Maybe I'm too idealistic. Maybe, you know, you have to sort of start self-reflecting. A unhealthy group won't allow you to self-reflect. So that's another thing. So if you're being prevented from introspection, if you're saying to the group, hey guys, I needed some time out and think for myself and have a bit of freedom, they won't really like that. The tricky part will be where it's like they might grant you this and you mistake that and think, oh, this is a healthy environment because they've allowed me to have some personal expression. You know, and you need to recognize, is this a kind of catch-22? Are they allowing you to do this because there are strings attached?
Right. Right.
And you will start to also, another thing to be looking for is like who's wearing the trousers? Does it feel like you're living as an extension of someone else's life, as if you're only allowed to breathe? Someone is granting you the permission to breathe. Are you attached to their life support system?
Right.
And again, where it gets harder is like you might realize it's like, yes, but at the same time, I'm so dependent on it that I can't be on my own. It sucks. I need, like the children at the parents' house, like the children might recognize that their parents suck, but it's like, I'm only 4 years old. What the hell am I going to do?
Right. Yeah. When you're a child, there's really nothing you can do.
Right.
Unfortunately,
a toxic group will set it up in that kind of structure where the parent is in charge and the kid is helpless. So do you feel helpless inside a group? If you're having to sneak around behind people's backs and like find out like, hey, did so-and-so say anything about me? Or what do you think about this? Then that's already a sign of like, hey, why is it you can't speak openly? Is it because you're scared?
Or talk to people behind the scenes and not publicly.
Yeah. Right. Like,
I've seen that before.
So this is kind of like, it's like these are you need to have some honesty, because it's like, well, the reason why is because I fear if this was out publicly or something, there
Right.
would be repercussions.
I feel I
would get
fear
in trouble.
my group, yeah, would look down upon me because I associate myself.
Right.
Yeah,
And
with
then
with, with my yeah.
right, and then you're going to turn around and say, "Oh yeah, that's a healthy group.
Right.
That's a group that loves me.
Right.
You know, they love me so much that
Well,
I have to
they
stick around."
they might love them so much that they hate the other person.
It's these are
That can be an excuse, right? They want what's best for them.
It's very it's very complicated, but compare that
Yeah.
to something that's quite upfront, honest, simple, and healthy. None of this would be an issue. It would just be, you turn up, "Hey man, what's up? Cool. How you been? Fine. All right, great. See you later." You know, bang. It would seem kind of boring in a way. It's
Right.
it's so simplistic. It's like, you're telling me this is a group? You meet like once every 6 months. It's like, yeah, what's wrong with that? You know,
Yeah.
you mean there's no drama? Wow, how do you guys get by? What do you talk about? It must be boring. It's like, well,
Right.
whatever.
By the
At
way,
least
Bob Ballard stopped by. I've been wondering how the Canada cop is enjoying his retirement. That's funny. CJ said love and hate are the same thing. I've been thinking about that too lately. Kind of. I mean, they're like two sides of the same coin, right?
Yeah, you can make that argument. You can't have one without the other, sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, because I've been thinking about the word misogyny, right? Okay, the hatred of women. I don't buy it. I don't agree that that's even a thing for a man to be misogynistic. Like, let's be honest. And I know the feminists, the crazy bitch, fucking abusive ones, mostly will claim men are misogynistic because the men react harshly towards them. Because they're crazy bitches and they're detestable human beings and nobody really enjoys their company. Like, really. So what would be a better word for that instead of misogynistic? What is the hatred of crazy bitchery? Is there a word for that? Boundaries?
As much as I like to delve into, you know, the labyrinth of rabbit holes and Pandora's boxes and things like that, to try and work out like how all the gears and things fit together. Usually, after a thorough kind of exploration and understanding, I go, wow, man, that's so deep, so connected. I usually kind of conclude with like, that's a fucking mess. Put it to one side.
Yeah.
And, you know, otherwise, to really go, I mean, I kind of do go balls deep, but to me, it's sort of like, it's not really that. If I were to go fully balls deep into it, it will make you go mad. So I kind of, I get close to the edge of insanity and I just reel it back. I go, nah, fuck it. Those people are in the crazy abyss. Leave them be. I don't need to go swimming in there with them.
Yeah, but we need to rename what they're calling misogyny because it's not really misogyny. It's not really the hatred of women.
Right. Call it like feminist rhetoric.
Yeah, I know, but
there you go. To explain the delusional in such a way is...
No, I'm rewording what they actually see. Smith said wisdom. Johnny Midnight said common sense. Like, what is the hatred of crazy bitchery? Like, really?
Oh, I thought you were talking about...
What's a good name for that? It's not misogyny.
Yeah,
that's what I was like, boundaries? Because they literally, these women, and that coach is one, because in her video, she's like, oh yeah, the extremes of the red pill and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, I see a little demonizing of women, and, you know, and I'm not a fan of that. Like, no, they're demonizing demon. They're not demonizing anybody. They're just showing examples of what demons look like. These demons are actually behaving that way all by themselves. And going back to what Bandit said, calling it out.
Yeah. I was thinking you were talking about misandry. I was thinking of it from the other point of view, from the crazy bitches side. But
oh yeah, no, they're total misandrists.
as I was saying, you just call them fucking delusional.
Well, yeah, they are delusional.
But
because they're blaming the victim.
Yeah.
They're victim blaming
The
in
trouble
their
is-
accusations.
So you want a word that either encapsulates or like crystallizes, so
That they can use instead of misogynistic every time, because that's not actually what they're referring to. They're just calling it the hatred of women, when in fact, no, it's just the utter repulsion of fucking crazy bitches.
So I think you're going to need a handful of words, because it's they're using misogyny in a sort of blurred, abstract way,
right?
Like, so that it can be applied to several different categories. Which is why if you try to catch them out with it, explain yourself, they can just switch to a different category and evade the accountability of that word.
Right.
So it's like, oh, so you hate men hate women, is it? And it's like, well, we didn't quite say that. We mean that the system is set up in favor of men. It's like, oh, okay, so you mean there's no opportunities for women? It's like, no, we didn't quite mean that either. We mean that men have a physical advantage, so they can just easily move the goalpost by being a bit vague with this catch-all word. So as we know, and as we were learning with people's like cognitive functions, we have different ways of seeing things. So we're going to need a collection, unfortunately, I think, of words, or at least be aware of where they reposition these goalposts, so we could spot when they're shifting.
Right. Jenny said eventually the majority of men are going to get fed up with the tuna brain science of feminism. Look at what happened to Destiny. I don't know what happened to Destiny. Is that the blue-haired guy Chronic talks about?
I'm gonna try to get into more topics on like double speak and like reading between the lines and translations.
Yes, that's
because a lot of the wording and the dialogue that is used is masking.
I know, and that's what me and Condriver were kind of talking about, like, because the whole idea of like men in the learned helplessness stage, and how words do have power, and how there's a lot of guys that I think have been hearing for so fucking long that they're pieces of shit and all these things, and you say a lie often enough and people start believing it. And a lot of these guys, I think, would look at things different if they realized what those words actually meant, that it's not about them, it's about the one that's using them, right?
Yeah.
So, and when they say this thing, you're not actually a piece of shit and hated, they're actually talking about how much they dislike themselves. Like,
that's
and
like,
maybe knowing that kind of stuff would help those words not penetrate so much.
I mean, people are kind of aware of projection, which is good to sort of see people understanding that. That's kind of basic sort of entry level understanding, and it will help get you out of a jam. But taken further into sort of more self-awareness, which is never mind what they're saying and what they're preaching and doing. You've got to think about your self-awareness here. We have a habit, and it's a hard habit to break, of
Right.
thinking when we hear something, we naturally assume we apply our perspective of reality to
Right.
what they're saying.
Right.
This is why it's hard for us to comprehend how is it they could be so batshit crazy.
I know exactly how. It's because people keep letting them fucking get away with it. That's how.
Well, it's
That's how they got there. They were
But-
made that way.
you make that verdict by
Mhm.
comparing it to your perception of reality.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
when I
That
say, for
reminds me.
example, like in that, like, let's say they think they're a unicorn, and then I'll say they truly believe they're a unicorn. It's kind of hard to fathom, because, like, what are you saying? Are you saying they're delusional? And it's like, yes, I am saying they are delusional. Stop trying to fight this and think that, nah, they're just playing it. They're just acting up as if they're a unicorn, or they want me to believe they're a unicorn. It's like, no, they truly do believe they're a unicorn. They truly believe they're the victim and you're the aggressor.
Because people told them that.
It doesn't matter if people talk, they truly believe it, and you are
Yeah.
trying to pull them out of this reality and force them into your reality, into your way of seeing things. It's not going to happen. Just like how you can't be pulled into their fantasy. Like, if they were saying to you, like, GM, oh, aren't you a unicorn as well? You'd turn around and be like, no, I'm not. I'm not batshit crazy like you are. So
Right.
you see how they would struggle to convince you of being a unicorn. But what makes you think that you can convince them that they're not? And they're more stubborn
You're
than you
right.
are. You know,
Are they though?
Well, rigid personality, especially narcissistic, it's not going to conform to your way of seeing things.
No,
So
we won't conform unless they're forced.
I mean,
And I'm stubborn enough to see through that force becomes
right.
a reality.
You're more likely to, in the end, just because it's just so exhausting to debate with them into eternity, you would just probably turn around and be like, fine, you want to be a unicorn? Go fucking be a unicorn. Now leave me the hell alone. You know?
Yeah.
So in a way, you kind of give in just to get rid of them. I don't know if you want to say that.
No, I would never, Billy, I would never agree with their delusion, especially to their face.
Well, okay, either way, but you're telling to sort of probably, I mean, I'm guessing, like, you know, you're probably telling to just F off.
No, fuck off. Yeah, you're not a unicorn, and if you really believe that, you're literally not worth the time I'm taking to talk.
The point
to you.
I'm making is that, you know, we live in our reality, and we like to think of it as the objective reality, and for the most part, it probably is. And they're living in a subjective, solipsistic kind of delusional fantasy world, which provides the protection and all the rest of it. There's incompatibility going on. They aren't going to see what we see, and we can kind of see what they see, but anyway, in terms of doublespeak and all this communication mumbo jumbo, we have a habit of projecting our sense of reality onto them.
Because I feel like our sense of reality is actually reality.
Yeah, it's just something for us to be mindful of.
Because we're actually deducing what we see around us.
Yeah, like this isn't the point I'm making. Isn't necessarily about who sees actual reality here. It's just a reminder that we need to have our self-awareness that the way we see things isn't necessarily going to be how they see things.
That's clear. Like the difference between people's perceptions, you know, 5 people can watch the same thing happen and come away with different conclusions of what just happened.
Yeah, now this probably makes sense, but then you look in the real world, and what do we see? We see people arguing with feminists, and it's like, why are you doing that?
Right? And trying to debate with them.
Right.
See,
it's like, what are you doing?
I see value in talking to them to make them fucking confess. I see value in that.
Now,
But you know what I
okay,
do? Okay, hold on. Bandit sent me what's it called? A clip from or whatever part of the podcast, and the guy I spoke with, what's his name? Andrew. I can't remember. I only talked to him once, but they were talking about shame and all this stuff, and they got on the subject of paternity. And Andrew Wilson, maybe? Yeah. They got on the subject of paternity, and they were going around and asking all these women if, they thought mandatory paternity, the Crucible, the mandatory paternity tests, if it would be harmful to women. And this one chick, and she said it 2 fucking times, and the dudes weren't even listening to her. And the way she said it, she was trying to be sneaky, but she was making a fucking confession. She said, well, with the way that a lot of modern women move in today's society, it could be harmful to them. Like, she was putting the blame on the woman's behavior. But she was saying it could be harmful for them. Instead of saying, because if a slut's going to be a slut and not, know who the father of her child is or whatever, like, then there's going to be fucking consequences because she deserves them. Like, she didn't say that. She said, with the way a lot of modern women move today, it could be harmful for them.
yeah,
That's the way she worded it. Yeah,
that is a clever one because
yeah.
So she's using a. Hold on a second. All right, I've got candles in front of me, and it's actually beginning to the wax itself is catching fire.
That's not good.
The candle's getting a little out of control.
Yeah,
just pour in a bit more wax. All right. There's a clever.
And they totally missed it. They should have pressed. They should have caught that and been like, wait. So what you're trying to say is, and they could have followed up with that, but they followed up with, oh, so you're not against it? Like, they were looking for the yay or nay, I'm for or against it, and they totally missed that chunk. That would have been great.
She might not have been aware of what she was even doing. She might not, we like to think maybe, oh, she was very clever the way she worded it.
I know, but these confessions come out of nowhere.
which suggests is coming out of a more instinctual basis. So she's probably not aware that she even did this. This is another sort of bizarre thing.
That would have been perfect to be like, hey, wait, so are you saying, and then word it in a different way that's more realistic and like, oh, so are you saying if a slut and a whore, if they're going to cheat on their husbands or significant others and get pregnant with somebody else's baby, you're calling the consequences of that to be harmful? Like, I would have fucking pressed her on that shit.
Right. Well,
and made her either say yes or no, and then be like,
"Oh, we're jumping the gun." Yeah. So if you reworded it and played it back to her, the thing is, given lack of self-awareness and the instinctual way she presented it, you rewording it and playing it back to her, from her point of view, would be like she would be convinced you're putting words into her mouth, and it's the first time it's like, whoa, where did this come from?
Well, so I recently had a conversation with a friend that she gave me a little lesson and a little bit, because her language was kind of changed a little bit. And now that she's working through her PhD and she spent some time working in the public school system with a whole bunch of other, feminists and female, like I can see her language changed. And when she was talking about the kids in the schools and she said, she's talking about different behavior problems. She's like, yeah, well, and you don't know if it, is this from trauma or if they just don't have the right support at home. And I was like, the right support? Are you talking about like discipline? She was like, well, yeah. I was like, so that's your way of saying they're a spoiled fucking brat and they need more discipline at home? She's like, well, politically correct way of saying it, yes. I was like, oh, like she knew damn well what she was saying. And it was funny because I was like, I repeated that back to her. She's like, yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
But
people
that's
are-
how they talk to the parents.
yeah,
We're concerned that the student doesn't have the right support at home.
I've heard people bring up this part of like language and communication, which is again another sort of good thing that people are picking up on, that this is a subtle way of blurring the lines and slowly shifting the meaning of things. So
Yeah.
there is intentional confusion and ambiguity.
Mhm.
So people think they understand what each other is saying. It's kind of like a I assume we're talking about the same thing, but I walk away with a totally different idea.
Right.
Then people act surprised that the outcome is different to what they expected. It's like, well, you're not being honest with your language. But I want to make this point about what you described with this paternity thing.
Yeah.
Um,
I should play it. It was so good.
What she did is she leveraged victimhood at the end part of, at least how you.
But she started with.
But she started. That's what I'm. Yeah, that's the.
No. She started, and that's how it starts. They start with, well, with the way
the confession.
Modern women are moving today.
Right. They start with the confession.
They could victimize themselves, really.
Right. Yeah. Now, so that's the thing. So she was able to put that on the table, attach a victim label to it, kind of like cover it over with the victim card. Yeah. So you can't quite you even though the confession was put on the table, it was masked with the victim card and then put aside. So her confession was discounted. So it wasn't acknowledged. So she got away with it. So then because she could have simply not said anything about the way women.
But the guys kept fucking in it. Yeah, I know. But the guys kept interrupting. Like they weren't actually listening to what she said. Like
yeah, it was
because they were looking for a yes or no answer. Are you for or against this? And she
wasn't interested in that. She was interested in trying to get rid of this. If she's holding in her hand of cards, and one of these cards is this confession, she's trying to get rid of that confession to excuse her behavior. And she doesn't want to make it obvious that she's discarding this confession. So she's disguising it with this victim card as well, if that's making sense, because she didn't have to say anything about how women behave. She could have just said the last part about, well, this might be bad for women and make us victims, or we might be on the receiving end of bad things happening to us, or however it is that how you said it and you phrased it.
I'll have to play it because I'm not exactly sure. Hold on, and I took a clip from this because this was so funny. Why she said this. This actually happened before that conversation happened.
And I found them.
Oops, wrong thing. Paste.
There was a question for me from Emmanuel. I don't know if we maybe we moved too far.
I think we did.
Point.
I left it up for a long time, and
but we were just too busy jabbering.
Yeah, there we go. That one.
So where does persuasion come in, Billy? Are conversations pointless? So this is where maybe we've gone too far. Like, we're talking about conversations. Are they pointless until they've felt the consequences of their delusion? If we're talking about narcissists, they're not going to feel the consequences of their delusion. But if maybe we kind of touched it a little bit when, like, if you repackage what they say and you present it back to them, does this, if I'm understanding the question, like, does playing it back to them make them sort of understand the consequences?
Let
of
me
what
ask
they're
the question, okay?
But I would.
Sorry.
I'm saying conversations with people that in terms of your own sanity, if you've deemed someone as like Fruity Loops and like this, a feminist, or they're deluded, or they're completely whatever it is, it's like, why are you talking with an idiot? Why are you talking with someone who's stupid?
Right.
So there's got to be a point where you've got to realize, if this is the case, if you've deemed this person as a complete imbecile, then really you should be asking yourself, what's wrong with me at this point? Why am I continuing? Like, who am I trying to convince here? Am I just arguing with myself at this point? Because basically that's probably what's going on, is they're just trying to exacerbate you and make you go kick rocks. You're not going to win them. They're not going to win you. So it does become a bit of like a fruitless endeavor. And another sort of tactic they might try is giving you this false idea that you can somehow reach a closure with them, that they're reasonable. And if you just stick it through long enough, maybe, just maybe, you can prove to them with your weight of evidence that you are right. But then you've got to ask, like, what does it really matter? Is it going to take all that energy and effort to prove your point, which you already kind of knew the answer anyway? If you're dealing with a narcissist especially, they're not going to give you closure. They're not going to really... this is what word salad is. This is why I kind of object to people saying word salad, because word salad is intended to be circular. It's supposed to be non-conclusive. There's no end to it. It's supposed to disorientate you and leave you in confusion. Now, I try not to do that, so I rebuttal against that. But ramble, yes. Jabber, yes. Waffle, yes. I will admit I do. Word salad, no, thank you. Know your terminologies, please. But yeah, so if you're engaging with someone and you recognize that, hey, wait, this person is basically giving me the runaround, then yeah, you can expect to be there forever.
Yes. So why even talk to those people? Like,
right? Why?
Unless you're getting a confession and then you're digging into that, but trying to talk sense into them is pointless.
Yeah. And so if you are adamant that you're going to stay in this until, like, using, like, to quote the question back, like, you're going to stay in this conversation until they felt the consequences of their delusion, it's kind of like you've probably already gone too far.
Right. That's why, like, when I look at people, like, okay, this crazy fat bitch at the end here. Yeah. So I heard that. I mean, I listened to I probably listened. Maybe I listened to 30 minutes of this, but she talked the most. Strangely, the fattest one that doesn't have any discipline with her mouth talked the most. Like, obviously.
I think Warlock is a guy.
I don't know, but the one on the end, the one in the very middle, is the one that they got to. But no, this is funny. I saved this clip because she's like, she mentioned how she never wants kids and how she knows what's, not good for her and blah, 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 blah. And then she says this. Play this clip.
Me in my life.
Okay.
I don't want to have children.
Just let me ask the question, okay?
But I would, if I wanted to, be a good mother.
Okay. So my question.
What? I would, if I wanted to, be a good mother.
Wow.
I thought that was hilarious.
That's good to know, eh?
Right? I was like, no,
if you wanted to. Oh man,
right?
You mean I have to? Oh man.
Right?
You mean I can't just eat the baby? Oops.
Right?
I thought the baby was a donut. I took a bite and all this jam came out.
I don't remember how far the paternity part was. They were talking about shame, though, and how important shame is. And yeah, Gorlock talked way the most.
Different types of shame.
No, just shaming in general.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that there's different. It depends, like what kind of there's different types of shame. You could talk generalities about, like the different types of shame, but
right.
Because you could have like unwarranted shame that doesn't really belong to you.
Well, I mean, calling out a crazy fat bitch and telling her to get healthy.
Right. Okay, so like appropriate shame.
Yeah, very appropriate.
And in their own right, for sure.
I can appreciate things that I'm not necessarily attracted to. Does that make sense?
All right. Definitely not it.
No. Okay.
Wow.
And there's nothing I can do.
Nothing you can do. There's nothing.
What do you mean? Wow. Do you have a rebuttal?
It doesn't make sense.
It literally does.
It doesn't.
I might have to go back to my clip because it was
Let me
right
ask the
after
question,
that.
okay?
But I would, if I wanted to, be a good mother.
Okay. So my question is,
Watch full episode.
do you think you said you wouldn't want the government involved when it comes to paternity testing, whatever? So with even child support.
The way she said that I could be a good mother is very passive, like aggressive.
Oh yeah, big time. I mean, I didn't hear really much of anything before that or listen to anything after that, but man, somebody has told her she wouldn't be a good mother. That's the feeling I got from that. I don't know why she even said that. It just came out of the no, I don't want kids. No, I've decided not to have kids for myself because I know it's good for me. And yeah, but if I did, I'd be a good mother.
Yeah.
One of the super chat questions.
I mean, I don't have any children, but I don't see why it would be a problem.
No, wait.
Madison?
Wait. She doesn't want to have kids. She's feeling the shame from that sort of state because it's like, oh, so you're selfish then, are you? Because you don't want to have kids. It's all about me.
Yeah.
So she's fighting back against that idea. I don't know if maybe someone said to her as well, like you'd be a terrible mother. Maybe that could also be it.
She would be a terrible mother.
But I think it's more the case because that's kind of like a secondary comment to make. It's like if you wouldn't really be talking about motherhood if your first foot forward sort of thing is I don't want to have children.
Right.
So I think
she's good at it.
I think she's being judged more on that point of like, why is it you don't want to have children? Why are you so fat and selfish?
Yeah.
That she's pushing back against.
Yeah. Well, that chick just said, she doesn't have any children, but she doesn't see any problem with it. Mandatory paternity tests at birth.
I feel like with the way, not all women, but a majority of women are moving nowadays, like it could be very harmful to their children and the man.
What would be harmful?
Paternity testing, like if they found out the child's dad was not the guy that she was with, like that would be breaking their family apart.
She said harmful to the children and the man.
A mandatory place. I mean, I see your point.
I don't.
What about the truth?
Yeah, I was
No,
just
I
about
think
to
the
say,
truth
yeah,
is
like,
great. I think,
okay.
yeah, no,
Wait,
absolutely.
but-
Everyone should know the truth, but I think it's going to be terrible for the children if the truth
Oh,
is
so you're in
revealed.
favor.
That's what
Are
I'm
you in
saying.
favor of
With the way a
paternity
lot of women
testing?
are moving nowadays, they're like a lot of children aren't going to be
Oh,
having
I
dads
see.
anymore.
So it would be bad for women, but you don't object to paternity testing.
No, not at all.
Okay.
I'm for it.
So you're
See, and he just said, "Oh, so I see. It would be bad for women," but she never said that. She said children and the dads. Like they weren't even listening to what she was saying.
yeah, and you know, she's in favor of like, I mean, she's trying to sound noble, like we're gonna keep these dark family secrets in favor of
Yes.
trying to keep a happy family. But it's
Yeah.
like, come on now, how are you gonna have a happy family if you're lying behind each other's backs and doing all this shady shit?
Yeah. But she said it in the beginning, like, well, with the way, not all women, but the majority of women, the way that they move.
I mean, you know, if we want to have this utopia society we were talking about earlier, like, you know, and people
Yeah.
being honest and things like that, you wouldn't really need paternity tests. So the fact that you got paternity tests is an indicator that people are fucking around when they shouldn't be.
Right. I don't believe there's a utopia, but I believe there's a pretty easy way to get things to where they're a lot better than what they are. I mean, look at what Bullish just said. Like, so he just came out on the family growth statistics. And I know Elon Musk harps on it a lot about, you know, not enough people being born to sustain the people that are going to get old. Well, that's true. I think we can do better than decline. I think that's a possibility.
Mm. Yeah, I think there's going to be more to it than just simply like pump out some more kids and all will be well.
Oh no, because if we're, you know, the kind of crazy bitches that are having kids, government assistance, they're not actually pumping out good quality children.
No.
I mean, I would argue, just because I've seen it in so many cases, like if you're lucky, maybe 25% come out of those situations not too fucked up to make, like, become a successful and I don't know, useful member of a community. Like a lot of them just breed more fucked up people. Like,
Yeah, well, I mean, like I'm witnessing firsthand, at least in my sort of micro school society where
Yeah.
I'm at. I'm just like looking at these kids, thinking, Jesus, man, they're going to
Yeah.
be the future
Yeah.
politicians and future laborers. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Kind of a weird one from my perspective because obviously it's a biased sort of view, but I look at my sort of autistic kid and I think I have more faith and trust in her with her
Right.
disabilities than I do
Right.
with
It's
the
normal.
air quote neurotypical youngsters.
Yeah.
We got a newsletter sent home the other day warning parents that these children, they shouldn't be playing Fortnite at home and things like that. That game is rated for 12-year-olds and them kids shouldn't be playing that game. And they're coming into school and it's disrupting the classes because all they're doing is talking about Fortnite. I'm thinking, what the fuck is going on in school?
See, and that might not be a bad thing. Going back to totalitarian nature, I've been gazing at my own totalitarian nature, even though I don't really identify as a group identitarian. I have been trying to figure out a way for the government to enforce a crazy bitch boot camp on the crazy bitches of our society. I have been contemplating how to do that, how to make that a reality.
Is it just to contain them and get them out of the way, or is it to try and air quote cure them? Or a mixture of something?
I don't know that they can be cured.
No, because I was going to push back against the idea of
Yeah, I don't. I think they can be reconditioned. And I think if enough people in our society start pushing back on them and not let them get away with their bullshit, it'll, for one, decrease the number of younger ones, following that crowd. Two, they'll have to change their survival strategies. I do know if you cut off their funds, the fear of starvation, and that can be a powerful motivator for people to take more personal responsibility. Because in essence, all these people are fucking immature. Bottom line, they're so stuck in a phase of maturity that people have allowed them to stay in. And some people in their life, I'm sure, and we should place a special place in the boot camp for these people. The ones that are so, like the smother mothers, that want to cripple their children so they'll never leave them,
Yeah.
Like, because they're really responsible for creating that monster. Like,
I suppose it's kind of noble or something, of a dream of yours or something, but it's a tall order.
See, that I like that, but instead of you moving on, they need to move on. Like, I'm talking these people that are camped quite nicely in fucking universities, sitting as professors, teaching and preying on the young. I'm talking people that literally get paid for crazy bitchery and torturing young people. Like, they need to move on. They need to be pushed out of these spaces, is what I'm saying. Like, yes, moving on, but making them move on. Like, cutting their fucking resources that they need to live. Like, any professor you have a fiduciary duty to teach the young minds that, especially 18 to 24, 25 is when your brain pretty much is working on being fully developed. A lot of these people that are destroying people and creating these little monsters are at the academic level. So, they're on my list of people that need to be boot camped. So, yeah, containment, ostracizing. How do you say that? Ostracizing?
Yeah, ostracizing.
Getting them out of spaces they don't fucking belong in. Taking away their hunting grounds for their prey. So, that's what I'm talking about. Of course, government mandate. The crazy bastard factories that suck off the government tit and have multiple baby daddies and are just trash of our society. I think they need to do something for that money. Instead, because, if they were actually raising their children properly and not working, that's kind of like, okay, you're a single mom. You're not going to be as good of a mom if you're doing all this time to support the family, okay? You want this government assistance, you got to go through this crazy bitch boot camp. And you have to pass, or else you don't get any fucking money. Like, I'm talking, like, that's why I'm wondering about this totalitarian nature. Because I feel like a little bit of that's in me. I'm analyzing my own totalitarian nature. I mean, why it just seems like a poor investment for us as a country to pay into a system of welfare and get that as a return, what it's actually producing.
Well, I mean, I'm in a different country, and over here it's pretty. It's a cash grab. The politicians and the elites, the higher ups. It's kind of obvious that it's a cash grab. So they're not really looking to distribute the money to these lobotomites. They're just taking it for themselves. So even in some ways, like you're suggesting, it'd be good if they can cut the welfare or stop giving them money. Over here, that looks like that's actually beginning to happen in a way, because the government's got no money anymore. They're just trying to tax everyone with penalties and fines, and they're hiking up the taxes, and it's all being directed to the people in command. So it's kind of like, in terms of like cutting the resources, but it's a nationwide cut. It's not just cutting the people who are single mothers. It's everyone. Like pensioners are getting their money taken away. Each and every home is getting struck with increased taxes and problems with their cars and things like that. Being pushed to swap out their gas boilers for heat pumps. So and they're even looking at, you've got this carbon net zero thing. They're targeting the vehicles. Now they're looking at targeting the way houses have been constructed. So depending on what kind of home you're in, you can expect to, I don't know, pay some sort of surcharge for it. And they're cutting services down as well. So like rubbish collection and repairs to water pipes and things. So the infrastructure is beginning to crumble. Many of the high streets around here are closing shop. The next crisis they were talking about is office buildings becoming vacant.
Yeah. Well, because a lot of people are working from home now.
Yeah. So so we're at a time of great change.
Mm-hmm.
But how it's going to shape out, I don't know. Probably, I expect more kind of like infighting, civil unrest, survival of the fittest. Maybe that's the better way of eliminating these crazy bitches. You won't need you won't need a boot camp. The whole country is the boot camp.
Right. Mm. We should say hi to the working man for his birthday.
So did you put a banner up?
No, I didn't.
You can type out a quick little banner just to say happy birthday. Have a little. Or play him. Every time it's someone's birthday, I always suggest Bill Bailey, the birthday song. It's fantastic. You'll probably get a copyright strike though if you did. I don't know. Oh, is he streaming at the moment?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, okay, there you are.
I don't know what he's talking about.
You were done. You were done. He's like, and they were listening. I said, I know, because I got a tip that they were tapped into the radio station on the governor's orders. Which again, at the same time, I said, wow, this is what it's really like to cause a stir, but I never shied away from any of that. Hey, GM, thank you for the birthday wishes. But yeah, it was, it's been wild, but yeah.
Have to have a listen to this later. Here's the link in case anybody wants to say hi. Derek's good people, man. Smart kid. Smart kid. Well, Emmanuel said America needs to abandon empathy and compassion as their guiding principle. For that to happen, women will need to lose their hold of culture and our sensibilities. I don't know if that is possible, Emmanuel. Women have always been the progenitors of culture. I mean, we're the nurturers.
Is it really empathy and compassion?
It's not. It's not really. That's the thing. It's pseudo.
Yeah.
It's not it's not really empathy and compassion. It's a cheap way to garner cool points or trendy points. Yeah. It's not real. It's cheating is what it is. It's a way to cheat the system. So it's not real. It's an attempt at cheating. And all these fucking crazy bitches, they all have it in common. They lie, cheat, and steal. That's why I'm like, I'm going to put this in my book specifically for people that want to get them out of their businesses and out of corporations. Like, just look for where they're lying, cheating, and stealing, because they are. From the place they work at, everywhere. All of them.
The second part there where he says, for that to happen, women would need to lose their hold over culture and our sensibilities. It's the pity party creating guilt and obligation. And not so much obligation.
It's manipulation. Ooh.
Shame.
Yeah. Emmanuel, did you listen to that Elon Musk chat that I sent you? I like how he said that they're going to be raising the cost of manipulation. Yeah, so I'm actually excited about AI and what's happening with some of that kind of stuff. Because before Elon Musk literally bought Twitter, Twitter was responsible for the perception of the world. They would cancel some truth and blow and sensationalize a lot of other stuff. And so there wasn't a lot of actual truth. And he keeps harping on about democracy and how he wants as many voices and as many ideas on the internet as possible to add to the collective consciousness. But there's also going to be a way to there's going to be a way. Yeah.
I'm just going to go take a piss. I'm back in
yeah.
minutes.
Okay, I'll play this. You didn't listen to it, Emmanuel? Okay, so there's a question in here that I got, because you being a financial guy and Bandit being a financial guy, I wanted to ask you about. I'll play this piece here because I like this idea. Hold on, let me put up my banner. Fair use.
Do you think you need to enable users to put like skin in the game behind their messages in a more frictionless way? As in, if I'm like within capital markets, I can put capital to work, right? And I stand to lose it if I'm wrong. And the information space in X it's kind of like a survival of the fittest, but kind of like the marginal energy needed to put in for an individual tweet. I can't really change that, or an individual post. Is that like a direction to go?
You mean like when you post something, assign sort of a some amount of your credit, effectively your
Yeah, I mean, within prediction
credibility
markets work because people are able to bet on one thing versus another. Like conceptually, if I'm right about something, if the truth, if I get some kind of like, you know, more than just reputational accrual, but capital accrual for being correct about something on X, is that a way to kind of increase essentially effective signal to noise within the network?
See, he's thinking about
Do you have
this.
a suggestion for how that might be implemented?
See, he's curious about where that's going. Think about that, Emmanuel.
And given I was just going to say, given the questions we were talking about before about truth and not truth, and do you think in 10 years' time, AI will have been a net truth improver or detractor from where we are today?
Well, I think it'll be I mean, speaking for at least for Grok, I think it will be a significant truth improver. That is literally our goal: is to be maximum truth seeking, maximally curious, minimizing the error between perceived reality and described reality and actual reality.
I like the way you put that. So, that is good news. Yeah, he speaks like an economist. Yeah, so think about that. How can you make manipulation more expensive? I've been thinking about that from a social perspective and a female perspective. Like, what can be the outcomes, the repercussions, the ramifications for manipulation? Because right now it gets rewarded, and it shouldn't be.
You could
analyze it.
You could give them the Pinocchio tax. Where every time they manipulate a lie.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Elon was talking about like, you know, how to reduce the number of bots online and to make the manipulation of the algorithms and such more expensive, to cut down on that. Because, you know, reducing the margin of error between what happens and what people think happens would be really, really good. Yeah, through shame. I don't know. See, that's why I do enjoy I know Bullets calls it flame content, female nature content, blah, 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 blah. But some people do see that and it does change things. Like, it shouldn't be a surprise for me to come across a woman online and tell her she's not what she's claiming she is, and have her throw a fucking temper tantrum. Like, that is the first time somebody in her life has ever told her she wasn't amazing.
Oh, you don't know me.
Right? That shouldn't be a thing that happens in our society. Period. Like,
I don't know. I find it a hard balance of how much of a fuck do I want to give.
Mm.
It's like, yeah, it's just mentally draining to be like, yeah, maybe this is an issue, maybe that's an issue, maybe there's shame, maybe maybe there should be penalties, maybe they could be fixed, maybe there can be treatment, and it's just like, it's just too much.
Well,
especially when you like extrapolate and you look around and you're just like, it'd be one thing if it was like 5 people in your vicinity that you're like, yeah, okay, you got 5 completely off the rail people. All right, we can accommodate or tolerate or do something about that. But when it's pretty much everyone or every other person, you're just like, man.
See, and that's what I've noticed. And okay, so where I live, the neighborhood I live, there's none of that bullshit. It's very family oriented. Like it. When I worked at Lowe's, there was a lot of fuckery. There was a lot of it was the environment was toxic. There was a lot of censorship. There was a lot of, I mean, just having that crazy bitch fucking ASM like in charge of a lot and hiring all these stupid people because they're women or because they're gay. Like it really makes the work environment not fun, right? But being at this other place, no diversity, inclusion, equity policies, period. And there are...
Oh, I've got some good news, by the way.
Count on one hand the amount of crazy bitches. So the sane people who are just normal way outnumber the crazy bitches. So the crazy bitches fucking behave themselves. And it's kind of weird.
Yeah, but they might behave. Right? All right, yeah, they behave themselves, but are they not crazy bitches? No, they're still crazy bitches. They're just having to keep it on the down low.
Right. Like even the one with green hair and the big gauges and the bull ring and this piercing, and I mean bright green hair, uber feminine, like obviously, but that stuff hasn't been brought up at work and not around me. Like I saw her get snappy with one dude and it was like the first time I was like, ooh, there it is. Uh-oh. You hear that thunder?
Sounds like someone banging the door.
No, it's thunder. Like I finally saw, I mean, when I was working in the same building as her, and when I get back to work, so I'm gonna be able to kind of pay attention more. But she's totally nice to me, like, and she listens to me. Like she doesn't. There's no. What do you call? And I just ask her about work-related stuff, so stuff that she knows, so she'll like tell me and stuff. But or if I need something, I'll go to her and be like, "Hey, where's this thing? Where can I find this thing?" She's like, "Oh, let me get it for you." Like, cool. But I saw her be snappy with one dude. And it was kind of right in front of me. And I kind of saw it come out a little bit. And I kind of looked at her like... And then she stopped. But I could see how that situation could have been a little different if I would have like cheered her on in her snappiness at this dude. Like the situation was weird. But it was the first thing I've seen like of a feminist nature. Uh-oh, there's going to be another one that goes off. The dogs are going to bark. But yeah, in that environment, they are the minority for sure. And I don't, it's not very toxic. Like the culture there is a good culture. The people work together nicely. People aren't afraid to say stuff.
Well, hopefully it works out fine. But
yeah,
you know, like the seeds are planted.
yeah, I know. I'm watching it though. Like,
And you're talking to us right now about it, so it's kind of like. I mean, I suppose at least being cautionary is
yeah,
better than having it over in your face
yeah,
and an obvious sort of problematic situation.
right.
But I mean, maybe that's the sort of trade-off or the equilibrium. It's like, yeah, we might be able to reduce the crazy outbursts that these crazy bitches have, and at least for a period of time, who knows how long, people will just have to, you know, be giving side eye just in case.
Yeah,
But then, you know, you let your guard down and complacency kicks in, and then that's how they get away with green hair.
yeah,
You know, what will be next?
yeah. I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, she's been there for like 4 years or something. So, and this
But
company's 7 years old.
I got some good news that was in the news. Well, semi-good news.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like they're putting. See, I don't know the actual legal formality way it's been presented, but something like it's been put in writing and it's been proposed to go through legislation that schools do not need to do the whole pronoun thing.
Mm-hmm.
So at least in this country, you know, so in my country, so yeah, they're trying to make a delineation between like should and must. So
Right.
before it was like you must go with the child's wishes if they want to call themselves whatever. Now it's a case that they're trying to put forward by law because teachers are having a problem with this. So it's a kind of, well, if everyone is in agreement, then okay, we might, you know, go with the pronoun thing, but we shouldn't have to bend the knee to a child simply turning around and saying that they're the other gender now, because it also makes it easier when it comes to like the bathrooms and the toilets and changing rooms.
Sorry.
Yeah, we heard that one.
Oh, you heard the boom? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll mute my mic before it I mean, because I could see it first, so I know when it's coming. Big flashes. Sorry, go ahead.
And things like, you know how before there was a bit of a controversy where it's like if the child told the teacher, they'd keep it a secret from the parents.
Right. Which is weird.
Well, part of this legislation is to not keep it a secret and to
No. I don't believe that that's actually how that works. I believe it's the teacher that's doing that, encouraging that into a student and causing the student to hide things from the parent.
Yeah. Well, perhaps maybe so, yeah. But this proposal they're putting forward is saying that the parents should be told unless there's like dire situation, but like the kid might be in danger if the parent was informed. But if it's not a desperate sort of dangerous situation, then the parents should be informed if the child, or apparently if the child is expressing their wishes to be identified a certain way.
See, having the children or having the parent or the teacher get between the child and parent like that is.
Yeah, well, maybe that's happening, but
they're still taking a vote to see if they're going to do it.
Well, this is the thing. At the moment, the way they're wording it is should. So parents should be told, and schools don't have to. It's not a must requirement that they have to adhere to the child's preferred gender. So for all intents and purposes, if you're born a girl, you'll be treated like a girl. If you're born a boy, you'll be treated like a boy.
Yeah.
It's a step in the trying to keep things simple direction.
Yeah.
So it's not the best. It's not the best thing at the moment, but at least it's being recognized as this is kind of getting way too complicated and out of hand. And you know, should people be bullied into the pronoun thing?
Yeah. Definitely not. Ever. I mean, just going back to gender, it's masculine and feminine, right? Uh-oh.
You know, slime mold has 720 genders.
What?
So when I hear about all these different genders, I think, you're one of the slime mold people.
How does slime mold have that
Slime
many
mold is-
genders?
I don't know, but it's because it's a mold or something like that. But slime mold is very clever. That's the stuff that can map out a tube map more efficiently than engineers can. I watched a documentary on it.
What's your source, Billy?
I don't know. David Attenborough.
Cite your source.
I don't know. Some sort of documentary. Just type in slime mold documentary. It's fascinating. It's that kind of. It's like a yellowy, bogey looking.
I don't even know what slime mold is.
It spreads like crazy, and they've had it operate little RC cars or robots, like a little brain. But yeah, the kind of the famous sort of use for it is getting it to map out train tracks and tube maps and how to connect cities in the most efficient energy. Yeah, there you go. That's the stuff.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, like that kind of yellowy green, leafy stuff. Yeah.
I don't think I've seen it before.
Yeah, see how that kind of veiny stuff like that? Yeah, it's like Venom. Yeah, the symbiote from Spider-Man. That's twice now I've dropped the sort of Venom.
I know.
But it has that kind of look about it. It pulsates.
Yeah, I only said that because Billy literally did a video on why narcissists say that.
It's like, yeah.
What are your credentials? So all these non-binary people. Or slime mold? Comparable to slime mold?
I suppose. I don't know. Yeah. Why not? Fuck it.
Okay. I'll buy that. What are all these genders that the slime mold has, though?
Yeah, I don't know. So if you might have to do a Google search again, like slime mold genders, and maybe it'll probably give you a bit of an explanation why it has. I'm pretty sure, if I remember it right, 720.
Sexes. Sexes or genders? Apparently they're different. Gender is actually language, right? Masculine and feminine.
I learned it from Kindergarten Cop, Arnold Schwarzenegger. boys have penises and girls have vaginas. That's it. Yeah, 720. Now, I'm pretty chuffed that I remember that. I don't know why.
Right?
I'm normally crap with statistics and figures, but for some reason I remember that one.
Huh. So doesn't make sense. So can they? Well, they don't mate to reproduce, right? Or do they? Does
Well,
how does that? You watch the documentary. Don't make me read it.
The last line there at the bottom.
Mm.
How does slime mold have 720 sexes? I'll probably explain it to you.
In case you're wondering how the blob has that. Well, human sex cells come in two types. Yes, slime molds have sex cells with multiple genes and can come in different combinations. Those combinations determine whether two individuals can mate with one another. So not all slime molds can mate with all slime molds? Is that what they're saying? See, that's why I didn't want to open. I have ads on my shit. Looks like a fungus, but acts like an animal. This nearest sex. Zena, stop. She's gonna do this now all night. It heals itself in 2 minutes if cut in half. I wonder if the they-thems could heal themselves. They can't. I don't think they could heal themselves in 2 minutes if cut in half. It's able to learn, but so it's definitely not the they-them people. Okay, there's a video. Can I play the video and go potty? Is this the thing you saw?
I don't know. It was a while ago, but probably something like this.
It said it can't. What the fuck did it just said it could. It has multiple personalities.
It's interesting it says hibernate because
Yeah.
that's something a narcissist could do when they collapse. They hibernate until the next. Because is Kush still there?
I think he's still there.
I think if those guys are covering a suicide stream, there's a chapter in Narcissist conversation where they asked, does a narcissist commit suicide? And on the one hand, the answer is no. Not unless there's certain parameters and criteria, certain situations. But on the other hand, they can commit suicide as a act of defiance, like a big FU to everyone. And it depends on what kind of cadre of narcissist you're talking about. But you have to sort of talk about the narcissist collapse in conjunction with this area of subject, and during which point is essentially they're kind of like in a homeostasis or cryostasis or hibernation type of thing, where just because they're not getting, because we know that narcissists wants fuel, right? And they want supply, and they need these interactions. Well, sometimes there are events that take place where they burn their bridges and they become ostracized or whatever, and they don't get any fuel. So what happens to the narcissist then? Well, they go into like a shutdown mode. They go into this hibernation mode, just waiting for the next fuel to come along.
So what? I mean, I guess I've never seen one. All the people that I would kind of put in that category, I've never seen them. Like I know I've told you about him before. This guy can't stop talking to other people. Like, he likes, and I kind of put him in that category because of his irresponsibility and the things he talks about and kind of his behavior, but he can't be quiet. Like, ever. Like, when he's put in an isolated place to work where there's nobody around, like, then he gets on the phone and talks to people while he's working. Like,
yeah.
Like it's in, like, I was in an area where I was kind of having to show him something to do, and I kept telling him to shut up because like we didn't have to talk, but he kept rambling, and I'm like, really, you can't spend 5 minutes in peace and quiet in somebody's presence? Like, I was like, can you even spend like 5 minutes in peace and quiet? Like, and I think he can't. So I don't know if somebody like that could hibernate. Like, because that would involve them like shutting down, right? Like,
yeah. I mean, I was saying like hibernate, like the expression of sort of someone crawling underneath their rock. So they're out of sight. They're not literally out of sight, but they're not really on the radar anymore. They're keeping to themselves. They're recluse. Not much going on with them. They seem very introverted, very withdrawn. They're essentially going into hibernation. Now, this guy you're talking about who's chatty. No, that doesn't
he
seem
tries
like
to use everybody as an emotional tampon, is what I mean. Like, the first 5 minutes I was around him, I was like, the stuff he was saying, I was like, this dude needs a therapist. This is not appropriate work conversation. Like, I don't care about. Yeah, but no,
it doesn't seem like hibernation. I mean, there could be other things taking place. ADHD has excessive self-talk as a characteristic.
It's not self-talk. It's he has to talk to somebody else. I think I'm so uncomfortable alone in my thoughts that I must attach to somebody else. Like, he talked about the mailman before and how miserable it was for him.
Well,
Loves working there because there's so many people to talk to. I'm like, ugh.
So a strong need for connection.
Yeah.
How you sort of categorize that? Maybe attention. could be sort of more, instead of, I don't know if you were thinking of narcissism, it might be more borderline.
No, he's very self, like, that's the thing. He doesn't care. He doesn't care that there's people there that have work to do. He doesn't care about the work. He cares about himself. He wants more money. He cares about making more money. So like there's a period.
There's three. All right, which of these three sound more like pin the tail on a donkey? So all right, the servant, the child, or the abuser?
The child.
That's borderline.
Is it? Maybe. I don't know. He complains about money and then he showed up with a new bike last week. Like, this dude's like Mr. Irresponsible for sure.
Yeah. If we're talking, if it's like really emotionally like a roller coaster or just completely almost, well, because remember what borderline is, it's the border between neurotic and psychopathy. So this is kind of like really unhinged, sort of destable, because despite how irresponsible narcissists can be, there is a level of pseudo kind of regulation and competence. It's the illusion of it, but because the narcissism is trying to put on an appearance,
which he does, tries. That's why he still works there. But
yeah, and then we need some more anecdotal examples to have a better understanding. And there's also the issue that it could be comorbid. Usually with, which one is it? Both of them. I think when I hear borderline, I think it's borderline.
I just see him as super self-centered. Like, I told him to stop talking to me I don't know how many fucking times. And he kept coming at me with, well, this is the reason why I like to push people's buttons. And here's all this stuff. And like, I don't care why you want to. I'm telling you to go away, dude. Like, I don't want to have any conversations with you. Like,
well, pushing buttons is sort of more narcissistically sounding.
Oh yeah, yeah. And he doesn't care really. Like he's like there's we're supposed to do something, some kind of improvement. And we have a meeting and we talk about what improvement we're going to do that day. And all his improvements are like it's supposed to be an improvement for the environment as a whole. And his is like, oh, I'm going to go talk to so-and-so about my raise. Like,
okay.
And they let him get away with it. That's why I'm like,
I mean, I'll throw this out just so that I can have a disclaimer, because people will be like, everything's always narcissist with you. Everything's always, so like, well, all right, maybe he's just a dickhead or something. Okay, fine. Or a weirdo, or maybe that's just how he is,
He doesn't care about other people's boundaries, and he does what he wants to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't seen any. I mean, because I don't know, borderline maybe. I don't know. It in the crazy bitch category. That's why I'm like, stay away from me.
Is there a chronic sense, an empty sense of self, an emptiness? Do you feel that?
No, there's a false about how amazing he is. He talks about it all the time, but really sucks at everything he tries to do.
Okay, yeah, so that's all right.
Oh, but he has all this ideas on how to change this stuff, but can't complete his task that he's there to do. He spends all of his time trying to fix it the way he wants it fixed, when he should have been producing something.
Control. Yeah, that goes back to the of this stream where you're talking about those like, if only the world knew how great I was, if only I could control and change everything,
Right.
how I see fit.
Yeah.
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 And not so long ago, you're saying that your new workplace isn't so bad. You've only got like
No, it's not. I said there's only a handful of crazy bitches that work there out of 50 people. That's not bad at all. There's 5 crazy bitches that work there. I put him as one of them.
So
I put him in, yeah. No, 5 out of 50, where before it was more than 50%. I would say that is a healthier environment for sure. No, I think the thing with this guy is like he's tolerated because I think people feel sorry for him, because I don't think he can really help it. But I'm like, fire the motherfucker. Like, he's literally not. I mean, they're low staff too, so they need people. And
maybe he drinks a lot of coffee. Is he just like a caffeine addict? Like,
I don't know.
On the fritz.
I don't know. I know he complains about money, and he shows up with good $20 worth of convenience store items every day that he stops and gets on his way to work. I mean, bullshit like this kind of Gatorade and this kind of whatever. And like, do you need all that? Like, those are luxuries, in my opinion. Like, how do you complain about money and then waste money on this shit?
Ask him how many jelly beans has he eaten today.
I don't know. He's just in that realm, so I stay away from him. And I've made it so he has to stay away from me now, so. I told my supervisors I did not want to train him on anything anymore. Don't want anything to do with him. I'm going to be in my space. He could be in the other building. They're like, okay. So I don't have time. Like, I'm there to learn. I'm there to be helpful. I'm there to be useful. They're not paying me to be his therapist. I don't really care about the stuff he wants to talk about. I mean, a lot of the things he says, I'm like, why would you do that, dude? Like,
okay, right. You wanted to contact that 20-year-old therapist chick?
Yeah.
Send him to her.
So that's a good idea. No, because that would mean I would have to talk to him. I've been trying not to talk to him.
Yeah, but just say hey, you like talking. I found this. There's this. I don't know if you want to say therapist, but
yeah, she charges.
Go talk to this girl, like, and then give him the email or whatever.
Yeah. She doesn't. You know what's weird about her coaching? Going back to her. Let's stop screening. Okay. So all the they them people are slime mold. Okay. Come to that conclusion.
Yeah.
Slime mold people. Close. So she doesn't actually have any face-to-face stuff. Tailored private video. Like, to me, that's I'm going to talk at you. I'm not going to talk with you.
That's her OnlyFans.
No, but there's a workbook, an email, emergency email, and a step-by-step guide. There's no actually, like, you talk to her, actually, to have a conversation. Is that weird for coach? Tailored private video, 160 170 pounds.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
See how much US dollars that is. Prices will never be this low again. What? Okay, will go up in the future due to customer demand and inflation. Get them now while they are still cheap. $215 for a tailored private video?
You see what? You see? Oh, yeah, yeah. But how much was the email? The email coaching?
Which one? The emergency email?
No, just the regular.
63.42
So it was 49. Wasn't it 49 before?
pounds.
Oh, because you changed it to dollars. Oh,
Yeah,
so
I changed it to dollars.
It was about £50. Yeah, yeah. You see, people, you're getting free service out of me.
How do you do email coaching though? Like you don't actually talk to the person?
Yeah, probably just emails.
It doesn't make any sense to me. Well, I'm not going to be able to ask her a question. I want to talk to her. Yeah, see, and that's what I'm also thinking about with this small ecosystem here. And I'm kind of seeing how things go because it's male dominated. And I mean, it's literally out of 50 people, there's 5 people that I mean, I've had one-on-ones with everybody that works there by now. And I've talked to them. There's only 5 crazy bitches. So, and I've seen a lot of the interactions between people and paid attention to stuff. And the guys there are very open with their speech. They kind of say what's on their mind, and they don't really censor themselves.
Yeah,
So
but
if one of the crazy bitches are acting a fool, the guys fucking make fun of them. It's funny. They ridicule them, and it shuts them up. So, but a lot of the women that work there, it is male dominated, but the women that work there are in more of a service role, service to the men that work there. So it's really interesting to see. I mean, I don't really know. I've never seen any of these crazy bitches outside of work, but it's just interesting how that couldn't then translate to the personal lives, because I doubt it does. You know what I mean? Like, they have to behave themselves at work or they don't keep their job. Like, especially at this place, they will, I mean, with enough cause, like, they will fire you. They fire people for not doing their jobs correctly. Right. Now, this other guy, his situation's a bit, I still don't know what, I mean, I do know why he's there. They need more people on my shift. They've already fired 2 since I've been there, so it's still light. They need to hire more. But still, they're not afraid of firing people.
You should turn around and, like, you want to get some more work done out of me, just, you need to pay me with more coke.
Like cocaine?
Yeah, like cocaine.
Like the drug?
You guys don't give me enough cocaine to work here.
No, it's just interesting. Because they seem to be able to survive. I mean, they work, the female ones. They do their job. Their job is pretty much support staff anyway. So it's just interesting how that doesn't, and maybe, I mean, because they're all single. It doesn't really translate to their personal lives. I mean, but they're all young, so I don't know. Yeah, I've actually asked all of them, besides the they, them, and the green-haired lady, and they all want to be mothers and have children and be married and all the things. I haven't figured out a way to bring that up in conversation yet with the green hair and the they, them. The they, them is pretty overweight, though.
Could they be a good mother if they wanted to be?
The they, them.
Is that how is that how?
Yeah, that's how the Gorlock said it.
Yeah.
No, I think the green-haired one would be. I mean, it's just her the way she explains things is really good. Like, 'cause I ask her a ton of questions because she's really good with this machine that I've been working on, and she knows like everything about it usually. And she'll like go into the technicalities of it, and like I'll ask her a question, and she'll like think about it, and then we'll like explore ideas together. And that curiosity she has is, I think, good for mothers. Because if you talk like that with your children, they're going to, be good. They're going to feel like you're actually listening to them. So I think she would be. I don't know about the they, them, though. She can't clean worth a shit. Cleaned up her area. She thanked me for it and was like, "Ooh, yay. We need more women like you here." I was like, "Yeah, that know how to clean." Which is funny that she said that, but she's a they, them.
Well, cleaning up the slime to her would be like genocide.
Oh.
Like, I can't clean away my people.
Huh.
My colony.
That's interesting.
Just go up to her, shine her UV light, and see if she illuminates.
Well, she works in a completely different. They moved her because she was messing up in an area, so I don't really see her anymore.
I remember, speaking about the slime mold people, I remember John was talking about funguses taking over people's brains. So that's
like that zombie one?
Yeah, so the slime mold people. So it all makes sense. You think this is all just fun and games and we're just joking around here.
Right.
Slime mold has gotten into people's brains and it's hijacked.
Well, it's a mind virus, yeah. Well, so what did we decide? Do all group identitarians have a totalitarian nature?
Well, I'm saying no, but where you see it, usually it's kind of linked to the more sort of like unhealthy dynamic style. Not to say that it can't happen in healthy groups.
Freebird says no. Kush says no. No Bandit chimed in earlier. He said yes. That they will get authoritarian due to the purity spiral. I'm talking about group identitarians as individuals. Do they have a nature that's totalitarian? Because all the ones that I see that literally identify with a group, and that's like the first, like their skin color or their sex is being their primary identifier.
Yeah.
All those people have a totalitarian nature. They
Yeah.
want big daddy government. Like
Yeah.
they want restrictions on everything.
Well, yeah, but they also want to be in a privileged position within that system. So yeah, they might want daddy government calling the shots, but they somehow want to be able to play the system and work it in their favor at the same time. But if it was like a not, because you know, yeah, I might be a bit biased, always trying to make things sound narcissistic, but group identitarians, in that the way that you're conceptualizing it, like these race and gender and social justice warriors, they do seem to be like lesser / mid-range narcissists. Then the element of totalitarian, like control, is a dominant. What is one of the prime directives, really? 3 prime directives of a narcissist is control, fuel, and acquisitions of character traits. Control will be in number 1. Narcissism is all about control, really. So if you've got a group identity that is built with a narcissistic structure or members in there, then yes, they'll be fighting for control. And with the narcissists' need for a facade and appearance and identity, because they don't have one of their own, you can see why a group identity is something they would not happily, but a requirement. That's the third. That would be the third primary directive: the acquisition of character traits. That would include the acquisition of an identity.
So what do you think is more important? So starting tomorrow, I'm going to start writing. Do you think because I don't see. Contriver was saying, you know, something to help break people out of the learned helplessness stuff, right? Something for men to, you know, something that would kind of validate a lot of, you know, what they feel, what they've been through, be like, okay, yeah, no, this happened and it's fucking wrong. I mean, he thinks that could be helpful. But when I was explaining kind of what I wanted to write to a coworker, he was like, oh man, I wish I would have. He's like, I totally want to read it when you're done. Like, I'm getting a copy, but I wish I would have had that when I was 18.
Learned helplessness isn't the same as depression.
Right.
So trying to validate someone who have learned helplessness isn't really going to do anything. They don't really need validation.
I'm trying to understand exactly what Contriver was trying to get at. You were there, right? You were listening.
Yeah, I heard him mention learned helplessness leads into depression. It's not quite. Depression is low mood, is an emotional state. Learned helplessness is a behavioral state. Like you can have someone who's depressed and very high functioning. They can do their day-to-day business. They can go around and do they might not even seem like they're depressed or suffering from depression.
Right.
So it's not, in a sense, debilitating them. It's not preventing it. But someone who's learned helplessness can have they can have the door of freedom right in front of them, and they still won't take it.
Right, because people
Because
seem
they
to love their chains. Like,
yeah, the famous dog experiment that illustrates how the learned helplessness.
Yeah, but you have to physically show them
You
how.
have to pick them up, and even then, it doesn't quite compute with them. They can't put 2 and 2 together. That look, it's no big deal. Just lift up your legs, step over the wall, and you're free. No more electric shock for you.
Right.
They still don't want to do it.
Why though?
It's not depression that's keeping them there.
I know. It's learned helplessness. But why? Because they have been.
And it's not validation either that's going to sort of break them out of it.
I don't know if it's my job to break them out of it. I feel like it's more my job to help stop ruining people.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds a bit harsh, but ultimately, like with the learned helplessness, they've kind of chosen to be a bit like that. They've come to the conclusion that this is the solution.
Right.
Everything is so dangerous and survival is so at risk that the best thing for me to do is just curl up in a fetal position in a form of self-preservation.
Right.
And then because they've been staying like that for however long, it's like the muscles have gone into atrophied. They don't work anymore. They don't know how to use their legs.
Yeah. I feel like, I mean, because what's the solution for that? They're going to want to get out of that, and they need to have that motivation to do that. But they need to start doing it. They need to, quote unquote, save themselves, right? They need to start associating with people who they want to be like. That's why I do like groups and mentoring and all that kind of stuff. But they need to make that first move. But how?
Yeah, so you gotta they're gonna need to. They've established neural connections that allow this behavior to take place. So before you can create new neural pathways, they gotta sever or detonate the existing ones.
Mm.
Then you show them the new way of being, and that's going to be a hard challenge.
How to detonate?
Yeah, maybe detonate is not the best way of make it.
No, I like it.
Loading, but I mean it's kind of like breaking those neural connections, because now you need to start going into like how does the brain make patterns? Behaviors, and the longer they're in this learned helpless state, the stronger these connections have grown over time. So it becomes more and more challenging to break those connections and rewire the brain with new pathways. And then that will require nurturing to reinforce those new connections, to model behavior. So it's not as simple as just like picking them up and kicking them in the backside and say, off you go. Doing it. They'll be reluctant to get up. They'll fight you. And they'll be reluctant to try the new, like, come on, put your coat on, come on, go to work, do this. You have to hold their hand. and you'll have to kind of monitor them so that they don't slip back into old ways. And then, if I remember correctly, does self-fulfilling prophecy come into it? I think, because one of the, you look at how did someone end up entering a state of learned helplessness, is I'm trying to remember an example. Let's say they go to a singing contest and they weren't successful. They believe that it's because they were a rubbish singer, when they're not taking into account, for example, that the other contestants might have had training, or there are multiple reasons why they might not have won. So they start thinking of themselves as a failure. And if they go to a second contest, it kind of reinforces this belief. I'd have to double check how this example is given, but if people look up learned helplessness and they come across this example of a singer, they'll know what I'm referring to. But it becomes, I think, a self-fulfilling prophecy that leads them into this belief that I'm just rubbish and I can't do anything. So what's the point of me even trying? I'll just give up.
Right.
But a depression aspect, I mean, it could be comorbid. I'm not sure if you could actually say comorbid, but it could be a compounding issue if you had depression as well. Mood regulation. This is where things like, it's controversial. Some people don't like the idea of medication, but medication could actually help if it is a depression issue. You know, you've got low serotonin.
Right.
You need serotonin in order to have the receptors for them to do their job, to receive the dopamine or something like that. But this is where medication is supposed to boost up the serotonin and
yeah, I'm trying to think about how to get a similar effect with, I mean, not that it might be a similar effect. I don't know. You know that, I don't know, have you ever like thought about something for a long time and tried to talk to some people about it and didn't really, I got like nowhere with it? They were like, what are you, crazy? Like,
you mean like every stream I've done?
No. And then finally you talk with somebody and they're like, oh yeah, and they get it, and then you guys conversate about it, like that feeling of, oh my gosh, I'm not alone type of thing. That's like,
yeah, I mean, maybe early on when people are like red pilled for the first time, it's like, oh my god, you see the world too like that? Like,
right.
oh. You know, yeah.
Right. Like, okay, so with goldfish, like I went through a period where I was buying a lot of pet store fish because they were full parasites. And I wanted to find, because I got a microscope and I wanted a parasite eradication. I wanted to collect and find and be able to like physically see every single parasite and be able to treat. So I spent about 2 years doing this. I even caught a couple wild fish to see, what kind of parasites they would have. Anyway, I would get really fucking sick fish on the verge of death. and I would nuke them with chemicals. And
you all know why you're like single.
no, like, but they would like I would nuke them with the right chemical to kill the parasite without killing the fish. So okay, when a fish is sick, especially when it's alone, it's isolated, it gets sick and it will die. And that's actually what will make the parasite, because these fish always have parasites. It's their slime coat keeps it's their immune system, right? So if a fish gets depressed, though, which goldfish do get depressed because they're very social, yeah, and if they're bored, if they don't have enough stimulation, they'll get depressed, and then they'll get sick, and then they'll die.
So they drown in their tears.
No, but they're not as active.
Okay.
They're like just kind of listily floating through the water. Like they're not associating with each other. They're
grumpy fish.
They're not grumpy. They're depressed. So what perks them up the fastest is live food. So giving them live food actually makes them excited.
Yeah.
Which actually, like,
comfort food.
No, it's just
ice cream.
It's more natural to them. And it offers them stimulation, and it's, something to chase.
Well, yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was part of my getting them back healthier regimen is live food. Well, I ran into this problem where all my fish were breeding like crazy because they were so healthy and happy. That's when I started breeding goldfish.
Gave them aphrodisiacs.
Pretty much. Like people in the goldfish community would be like, "Oh, I'm having blah 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 suppression," and I'm like, "Give them live food. Like I can't stop my fish from breeding." So
they were sick and on the verge of dying. So they were in survival, depressive. Even though they're depressive, they were like survivalistic, and they were like, "We're feeling a bit better. Quick, better start breeding."
Well, no. I mean, my fish always bred anyway, but like once I put them back in the community, once they were healed, I'd put them back in the community, and then they'd be like, "Doo-doo, hey." Yeah. No, but what I'm saying is
they turn into chads.
Huh?
They turn into chads.
Pretty much.
They started feeling better, started lifting weights and market.
Yeah. No, I'm just thinking about just different things that could.
But yeah, if people are depressed and like they're mentally ill, distressed, then it does have an effect on your body, like your immune system.
Definitely.
Cognitive dissonance will tear you to pieces. I'm a big, no, I don't really preach it. I'm a big believer or supporter of the idea of cognitive dissonance wreaking havoc on a physical level with the body. I suspect, for example, diabetes, type 1 juvenile diabetes, is a result of cognitive dissonance.
So, for the viewers who don't fully understand cognitive dissonance, how would you sum it up? And I'm going to still listen, and I'm going to go potty real quick.
Holding contradictory ideas simultaneously, and you're bouncing from one to the other. So it's one thing to have two opposing ideas, and weighing up. You can see both sides of it, but with cognitive dissonance, when you're in one state, you cannot see the other, and then you jump to the other state, and then now you can't see the previous state. So it's like think of like love and hate. So with a spouse or something, like, oh, she loves me 1 minute. Oh, she hates me. Does she love me? Does she hate me? I don't know. So 1 minute you think she loves you, next minute you think she hates you, and then you're not too. So you just keep jumping backwards and forwards, and you're never too sure. Which ultimately means you're nowhere. You're none the wiser. So you're sort of torn apart, and where you find yourself is in a place of confusion. Now, someone who isn't really suffering from cognitive dissonance will be able to recognize that, okay, some days she loves me, some days she hates me. All right, I get it. She's a bit bipolar or something, you know, but you can kind of see both sides. So you could say this is an argument that is put forward with narcissists, back to the narcissism again, is it's a severe, what creates the narcissist is this severe cognitive dissonance where they're being shamed heavily for who they are, and they're being pedestalized at the same time. So how can I be how can I be on a pedestal and be idolized and great and fantastic? My parents seem to adore me, but then simultaneously or at other moments, I'm also a piece of shit and they hate the hell out of me and punish me. So the child doesn't know which one is true. And the truth is, neither of them are true. You're not all good and you're not all bad. So that's why it's a rip, it's a tear. And so the narcissist applies this to reality and becomes dissonant from reality. It detaches. And in terms of your psyche, we can't hear you, GM. In terms of your psyche,
Sorry.
It tears your self-esteem apart because you can't formulate a sense of self if you're getting these two conflicting ideas. It's like, am I a good kid or am I a bad kid? I don't know. So who the hell am I? I don't know.
Yeah, but you should pick one.
No, but whichever you pick isn't true.
Right.
Because they're both distortions.
Yeah. So you're being lied to by both sides. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Nobody's telling you the truth.
Right. And that's why you hear things like life is about balance. So if people are far right in opposition purely because of like, well, we don't like what's far left, it's like, well, sorry to say, but both are really, you look at it, you'd be like, well, these are both extremist ways of seeing things in absolute terms, and as like love and hate. It's like I was doing this with the door open and closed. It's like neither are really, they cancel each other, they obliterate each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's like yin and yang. The yin has, it's got that dot, which is like the other. It's like the yin inside the yang, and the yang inside the yin. You know, I'm talking about the two little dots in the yin and yang sign.
Yeah.
So you don't really have all yin and you don't really have all yang. There's a little bit of the other inside each one.
You know, I made that statement about the next person who types the name Frost in my chat again earlier. Well, going back to the cognitive dissonance, Is that the same as somebody saying, oh, I'm not going to take responsibility for people's actions when they listen to my coaching, but here, look at all the great things people are saying about my work?
If it was
I mean, it's hypocritical, or it's a contradiction, right? There's two contradicting things there.
Yeah. I made a point about it's more than just a contradiction, but because a lot of times people would say a cognitive dissonance is just a contradiction. I can't remember how I articulated it, but in terms of this not responsible people's actions, but I'll take the praise thing. I mean, is that a cognitive dissonance? If it was articulated in a slightly different way, then maybe it could be. Like if it was put to her as, do you believe you are responsible for the praise as well as the actions of other people? Maybe something like that. Or
I mean, she says I don't take responsibility for people's actions.
Okay.
But then in her about section, she's taking responsibility by.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is a cognitive dissonance. Yeah, because in her mind, yes, it is. Because in her mind,
My goal and mission are to make the world a much happier place. Like she has a goal that what she does will make people happier.
yeah, because depending on what outcome is from her clientele, she's allocating it to either a box that is a praise to herself or a rejection box, and she cannot, once it's in this box, she cannot see the other box.
Yeah. Wouldn't the world be great if let's see, the only way this can be done is if we all become happier people. My purpose is to help that world become a reality. So her goal is to make people happier. She thinks that she has something to offer people that will help them be happier people. But she doesn't take responsibility for people's life choices. That to me doesn't make sense.
Well, it doesn't, because you're seeing both. You got the advantage of seeing the perspective of seeing both these boxes at the same time. But when she's putting things in her happy box, then she's not really accounting for what about the people who make bad choices and bad decisions? Are you going to be responsible for them as well? To her, it's like, what box? No, this is the happy box. Oh, I see. Okay. Is it really a distance? Because she's not really applying. No, it's more, maybe it's not a distance. Maybe it's more of a kind of like a discard. A bias. It's more of a bias. Like a confirmation bias or a expectation bias. Yeah, I think it's actually more of a bias, because it's a rejection.
Okay.
The second box, this like what people do isn't my responsibility, is a rejection of accountability.
Mm-hmm. I go back to my first statement I made on the last stream. Like dating advice from a lesbian. I'm sorry, no. With the amount of domestic violence in their group, I don't think so. I don't think she has anything to offer the world in that regard. I mean, for one, if she's a lesbian, she's mentally ill. I haven't met a sane lesbian yet.
This
Not one yet. And I've met a lot of lesbians.
Right,
So
I'm stuck on this bias point because
okay.
What's it's also serving for her. This is where it's going to sound. This is where she's going to be a bit exposed now because by rejecting what people do and not taking any account for it, what she's left with is this purity that, well, all I'm doing is good work then. And ergo, like, I'm making people's lives happier.
Right.
Because if the people who made bad decisions, I'm not responsible for them, then it was not of my doing that caused it. It's their own doing that caused that. The only thing I can cause is making people's lives better then. Like there'll be no blemish on her record. Let's say someone ended up committing suicide. She's not going to take any accountability for it. So it's not going to blemish her record.
Yeah, because the person chose to do that.
Right.
I don't know how helpful she can be through email, though. If she doesn't actually talk to anybody, she'll talk at them with a personal video, which is weird. How do you not? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. How can you even call yourself a coach at that point? Like
Well, I wonder if she's done. Excuse me. I wonder if she's done market research.
I don't know. Apparently, she's into psychology, though. That's what her testimonial says. I bet she's just another crazy bitch that fucking bastardizes and molests the language in the field.
Good to know that I could just use people's comments as testimonials. Maybe, hey, if you guys leave me some nice comments, I might use it as a testimonial.
Billy, you have so many good comments. Shut up.
Right. I get occasional, now and again.
I've seen many. Yeah, that's a testimonial.
And I appreciate every single one of them, by the way. So thank you very much for those who do leave me nice comments. I wonder, because the surname there is like Loveridge.
Loveridge, yeah.
Loveridge. I don't know if that's a real surname, but you know, Loveridge, and then it's like, oh, I want to make everyone happy and save the world and all this. It's like, oh.
Love your videos. They're so helpful and make me feel like I'm not alone. I like how they have a psychological basis. Very helpful video. Found all I was searching for. I like how most of them only she liked. So the blue thumbs up is hers. This one has 2, but that one has 2. That one has 1. You are amazing. You gave the pure bottom line as well without extra things.
I mean, okay, yeah, like I could be, we could be a bit cynical and be like, yeah, vomit or whatever. But like, so professionally speaking, it's like, look, if it helped, and however it's worded, and these people are happy and they're satisfied, and they feel it feels good for them, then kudos. We can't really, one shouldn't really shit on them, even though it's a bit.
A bit fake. A bit fake. But
I mean, the first one is like, and it has a psychological basis. Like, well, duh. I mean, I think isn't it meant to be like a psychological channel or coach or something like that? Personal development coach.
Well, I don't know, because in her, let's see, I teach people how to have better relationships with their partners, dating and pickup skills, how to achieve their dreams and reach their full potential. The main essence of my coaching is personal development.
It's hard to imagine how psychology wouldn't be built into what is written there. So
It's amazing to me that she doesn't see personal responsibility as important for personal development. Like, how do you make people better?
It's the black pill.
How do you make people better
So the black pill is a charcoal pill.
Scatter charcoal through your home and watch what happens overnight. I don't know. These are ads. See, ad, Google ad. Yeah, Northamptonshire. Almost from the beginning of my life, I was very shy and reserved. For whatever reason, I felt inadequate in almost every area of my life. Had very little self-worth. Due to this, I was an easy target for bullies, was easily taken advantage of, and couldn't stand up for myself. See, that's what I'm interested in, is like, what exactly does she call standing up for herself? Like, really? I felt unable to express my true nature, but I became a teenager and discovered I was a lesbian. That's her group identity right there. Lesbian.
And it sounds like that's the solution to her problem. Like, oh, so if you're feeling low and you've been bullied and you can't express yourself, then don't worry, become a lesbian.
All right. Best wishes to you, and may all your deepest dreams and desires come true. Sincerely, Coach Christine Loveridge. Like, Coach. I've never seen a coach that actually doesn't do one-on-one, like talking with people.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why it doesn't make sense. It's so weird. And if something usually doesn't make sense, there's lies in there.
Well, I mean, the optimistic side is like, I hope it's helpful. I hope it's does her business. Sorry, I'm beginning to lose my voice, I think. Does her business good? I hope it's all successful. What I hope it isn't doing is causing more harm than good.
Well, if she's coaching people like the way she avoids accountability herself and uses the word misogynistic like a fucking feminist puppet, I think it does more harm than good. If she's validating the other crazy bitches in society, I don't see that as, making people happy.
That's why I
make them feel good.
If I was trying to make it sound, like agreeableness, high in agreeableness. because it's like you say, it's sort of in my neck of the woods. So, you know, if I was to put myself out there, I would like to think that people would actually respond positively to it, and not. Well, I mean, I suppose in some ways, if they drag me through the critical analysis, then that would be a good thing, I guess.
Hmm?
You know, call me out on my bullshit or whatever.
Yeah. I think so.
But at the same time, I don't. You know, it feels a little bit like we're punching at low-hanging fruit or something.
She's just one of many, though. Those are perfect examples of what I actually opened this with, that clip.
Yeah, she's quite. Well, it seems a bit mild in comparison. There are some coaches out there that are a lot. I don't know, like they'll try and get you into like drinking your own piss or something. You know,
that would be weird too.
Some like salt crystals, moonlight. I don't know, crazy hippie.
The hippy dippy shit.
The hippy dippy shit. Let's all go meet up in the field or in the woods. We'll have a camping. I don't know what they call it, a retreat or something like that. Come book your retreat with us, and we'll spend the weekend naked in the forest, singing whatever.
I mean, I think some of those are useful.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
At least you're one-on-one having contact with people, not trying to type things in an email and then, you know, washing your hands of your words, unless they came back and were like, "Thank you," and then cheering about that.
I don't know.
Well, should we end this, Billy? Yeah. I know you're probably tired.
It's a tricky. I mean, maybe I shouldn't even said anything really about this subject. It's a dicey one because there's no like proper regulation when it comes to therapy. Anyone can call themselves a coach. Anyone could offer life lessons or something, you know. So it's kind of like, where are your credentials?
Yeah.
You know, who are you to say that you are qualified to be messing around with people's heads and stuff? Like,
well, I'd put lesbian on the list of no for sure. I'm sorry, but you're not sane if you're lesbian. You're irresponsible, self-centered. Like, you're not producing children. Like, what kind of life experience would you have as a 20-year-old or 25-year-old lesbian? Like, what kind of wisdom? Like, is this a case of her displaced mommy energy? She wants to, like, you know, help people, you know, nurture people into development, personal development. Like, try that on your own offspring first. See how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more
you don't want kids, but you want to mother adults. Like, that would be weird.
I mean, the more alarming part was for me was the lack of responsibility, because that's dangerous. Not only is it like a total disregard, like, you know, you want to talk about trying to be empathetic towards people, then you just don't give a fuck if they make their own decisions like that. So,
right.
Come on, you know. So, but it also means that you don't really care about the diligence of your own work.
Right. You don't stand behind your words. Like,
yeah, and you know, you're not gonna make sure you know what you're talking about, or do proper research, or have a proper understanding. You're not gonna have a you're not gonna have like a sense of moral conscience about things. Like, should you be doing this? Should you not be doing it? What might be beneficial?
I just any kind of personal development, anything I've ever heard anybody that people should listen to talk about, it's all about responsibility, ownership, taking responsibility. And if you can't even fucking do that for your own work, why should anybody fucking listen to you? You're obviously not a personal development coach. What are you? Exactly.
Yeah, I mean that there is a useful. It's kind of like a half truth what she was saying, because it's like, yes, people should be responsible for themselves.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean you dissolve any responsibility on your part in imparting knowledge to them. Because what if you led them astray, or told them some poor advice, and they went off with poor advice? You're going to say it's nothing to do with you, and it's their own fault for listening to you in the first place.
No, they paid you.
Right.
That's what your job is, right? You take money and give a service, right? And it's kind of a nurturing service. It's a mentoring service. It's a coach, right?
Yeah, and and also if she doesn't know her clientele, like if they're inexperienced sort of in terms of their self-development, they're probably not at a point of being responsible for themselves. They kind of need someone to be a bit responsible for them, even though the therapist shouldn't be doing that. But the therapist, in my opinion anyway, others might disagree, does maybe initially need to sort of hold their hand a little bit so that they can kind of
To help
brace
them find
to
the
help them
truth.
to be responsible for themselves, give
Yes.
them a bit of a heads up, not just drop them in the deep end and be like, off you go, be responsible yourself, bye.
Yeah.
And with the expectation they're going to do well.
You're right.
I mean, you can do that, but don't be surprised they're going to blunder or struggle or not like it or something. And there's also this idea, I don't think she was alluding to it, but in terms of the therapist's boundaries, it's like, your problems are not my problems. And there needs to be that reminder, because if a therapist isn't careful, this is, in some ways, she might be practicing this. I don't think it's not really show, like the way she's worded things is, she hasn't really said it, but because if you take on other people's problems as a therapist, then it's like a sponge or an emotional tampon, then it could be problematic for the therapist and the client. So it's a skillful area of navigation, because it's a breach of, because you want to have boundaries, but you don't want to be so cut off from your clientele that they cannot relate or be able to. There's also an area of intimacy with the client and the therapist. So when the client, for example, is opening up and bringing up sensitive issues and things like that, they're trying to connect. They're looking for understanding, and for you to be able to use empathy and compassion to meet them halfway, then there's a level of intimacy taking place. But if you're going to be like, I ain't going to be responsible for you, your problems are your problems, nothing to do with me, I don't give a fuck what happens to you after this is done, then there's going to be a disconnect.
Her tailored private video. This is for one tailored video coaching with Coach Christine Leverage. Please state clearly in your email your particular problems and what you need help with. Coach Christine Leverage will go get back to you within 7 working days of payment with a private link to your video. The video will be in a similar style to her YouTube videos. After you have paid, email blah 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 the details what you need help with. I wonder how many people have bought that. Just
From
curious.
what I find with people, they'll say their problems, but it turns out their problems is something totally different. You know, it's kind of like you start unpacking things, and you're like, yeah, there's a lot going on here.
Get the full benefits of this product. Please include as much detail as you can and be specific with what problems you want help resolving. This product is for one email reply, blah, 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 and coach, and get back to you within 14 working days of payments. Send your email with what you need help with. Related product. Emergency. Let's see how fast she'll get back to you with an emergency. $72 hours of payment. This is weird.
It's okay. With the
This
idea
is weird.
All right, if it's an emergency, I'm guessing this is someone with like they're in desperate, dire, you know, it's at a state of emergency, right? So they need help. And then she's going to turn around and be like, "Well, I ain't going to be responsible."
Right.
You know, it's like they're coming to you so that you can be responsible for them.
Right.
They need you to be responsible for them. That's why they're asking you for help. It's like this. She's asking, "Tell me what your problem is." Well, this is my problem. I need your answer. What should I do? This is what you should do. But hey, don't hold me to account for it. I'm just saying. Up to you if you want to do it. It's like, well, what's the point of me asking you then?
Yeah. I don't know. I can't think of a single problem I've ever been faced with in my entire life that I would go to her. Somebody like that for advice. I am curious, though, how she got over, just for learned helplessness purposes, how she was able to stand up for herself.
Well, she probably appeals to people more her age range and her kind of like similar.
Lesbo community.
That probably, yeah, people like that. And
How can I get this married woman into bed community?
her district.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I saw a. Do you ever see these BetterHelp adverts on YouTube?
Mm-mm.
No, I used to see. There's not so much now, but there was a point not so long ago that was constantly BetterHelp, and it's this young black girl, and she was so irritating. But she kept. Well, I say she kept just because the advert kept repeating. But she said that she preferred to have a black therapist with a particular age range, which was her age range. And I was thinking,
so narcissistic. They want to see themselves when they look at somebody else.
Yes,
it's the same with the bitch that got her baby decapitated because she just didn't want to see. She wanted a black woman to be her fucking delivery doctor or whatever, and the bitch decapitated her baby. I'm like, that's the same healthcare that you fucking deserve, you racist bitch. Like, I have no patience for any of those people. It's the same people that wanted women painted all over Texas A&M on the murals. The school started out as an all-men military school, but this young black identitarian woman was like, oh, I want to see myself on the wall. Like, I don't feel like I'm going to be able to fit in here until we change the history of this school and how it reflects. Like,
I mean, this is
that's
kind
so
of
stupid.
This is an interesting point.
They're fucking narcissists. They want to see themselves looking back at themselves.
The mirror, yeah.
Yes.
Maybe we could say that for another time, but that
yeah,
is mirror.
we'll do that.
And yeah, mirror and self.
Yeah.
Self-identity. So it's
Yeah, that would be a fun can of worms to open up. It's a large topic. Let's end this anyway. Say goodbye to everybody. Nobody's here anyway.
Goodbye, everybody.
I think they went off to participate in fuckery.
But it's technically Christmas Eve now.
Oh, is
Well,
it?
over here it is.
Oh yeah.
Maybe
yeah.
not quite for you.
It's still 9:30 and almost 9:30. No, there's fuckery going on right now, so it's way more valuable than what we're doing. I was disappointed to see the fuckery in the chat, honestly.
Yeah, let's close up.
Yep.
Good
Thank you,
night,
everybody. Thank you,
that's
Emmanuel.
right. See you soon.
All right. Cheers.